governor has reformed and she's a peaceful person. About any inducement, I'm not aware of any honorable speaker. And if I told there's an inducement that would have led me to support the governor, is the service delivery for the people who elected me, that is the people of Mitungu Ward. According to the question number 2, bashing of the Senate and the senators and loss of sniper, I believe that the honorable senator was asking which is a more weighty issue in that matter. And I would say loss of life, unfortunate loss of life, is a more weighty issue than the bashing of the Senate.
Next questions by Senator Hilary Wakili, followed by Senator Jones Mwashushe Mwaruma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Kawira, as a member of a political party, you've told this House that you're a member of UDA. Had you any meeting prior to the alleged meeting that you said you were caucused to bring out an impeachment motion against the governor, which you were a mover? And secondly, you told this House earlier on in that motion that you moved that the governor had gone rogue. At what point did you have your Damascus moment and that the governor could have changed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Kawira, in your own assessment, if the governor happens to be acquitted, perchance, do you think there is a possibility of the governor working with the assembly? And what needs to be done for that to be achieved? Or do you think the situation is irredeemable? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senators. The question by Honorable Senator Sigei. The first one, there was no meeting for the party, but there were informal meetings, commonly known as Kamukonji, in the Assembly, where in fact, Honorable Speaker, the leadership of the House and members felt that they needed to punish the 10 members who had not supported the impeachment motion in the Assembly. And it was my opinion then in that meeting that there is no need to punish these members because of entirely their political decision or their democratic right of either supporting or not supporting. And furthermore, they had not stopped the Assembly from impeaching the governor at that point. Therefore, at that point, I told the informal meeting that I did not see any need for us to punish the 10 members. And I'm made aware that in the last or the previous impeachment motion, I said the governor had gone rogue. And I've said, considering the facts and events that had previously happened, there was some element of truth. And what changed, or when did I change, is when the governor now started preaching reconciliation and peace, and in our own act, even went ahead to stop the Okolea program that most of the MCAs were disgruntled with. Therefore, at that point, I saw that the governor was genuine and had agreed to change. Question number 2, if the governor is acquitted, is she likely to work with other leaders? That is very true. Because, Honorable Speaker, if you can follow the sequence of events from the first impeachment motion, during the first impeachment motion, the governor was being supported by only one MCA at that point. During the second impeachment motion, the governor had the support of only 10 members during the second impeachment motion. During this third impeachment motion, the governor has a support of 20 members, and it is only that 3 more were intimidated and coerced that they abandoned the cause of calling for dialogue. We could have been 23 members. Honorable Speaker, if at all the Assembly can be set free, the victimization, the intimidation, the threats that have been put upon us, members who are supporting the governor, I want to tell you, if that is done today, you see more than 40 members of the County Assembly working with the governor of Meru. We even wrote a letter to this Honorable Senator, Honorable Speaker. I don't know if it came out clearly. We wrote a letter, the 13 of us, to the devolution committee of this Honorable Senate, calling them to come to Meru and at least help us set the assembly free, help us set the MCAs free, because it is out of fear that now when you support the governor, you'll be victimized, you lose your committee positions, you lose your allowances, you lose everything, all privileges, even to a point of being denied an opportunity to contribute in the assembly, even to a point of being thrown out of the assembly because of your contribution. If we address that, the problem of Meru will have come to an end, and I want to promise you that, this Honorable Senate. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, the questions have been very similar. So I hope the next members who want to ask a question will ask different questions going forward. Senator Kisang, followed by Senator Beth Siengo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to put the question to Honorable Mawira, that you've told us that immediately after the failed impeachment of November last year, you went to Mombasa and agreed to plan for another impeachment. So it means basically, it doesn't matter whatever the governor does, the county assembly will still continue to come up with impeachment motions against her.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Witness, the other time during the second impeachment motion, you were on the other side. When you went back, you saw the light. Did you make efforts to reach more? You have talked of 20. Are you willing after this to reach more to see the light? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senators. It's true, I stated that this impeachment motion that has been brought to this House started being planned immediately after the second one failed. And I've narrated what has happened, what has transpired previously. And Honorable Speaker, I think you have all seen clips, especially alluding to the mover, indicating that even if the Senate acquits the governor today, they are ready to bring more motions, up to a number of maybe 6 or 7. And it's a character of the Assembly of Meru, especially where I'm saying that MCAs are not being set free to exercise their democratic right. Unless that is reversed, you expect to see more impeachment motions in this Honorable Senate, just in case the governor is acquitted. But if that is addressed, Honorable Speaker, I want to assure you that this will be the last impeachment motion to come to this House, because the governor herself has proved that she is ready to work with other members. About my efforts to reach others, yes, I've severally done so. And when you approach anyone in that county assembly of Meru, and they tell you, we don't have any problem working with the governor. But now, when we come to support the governor, we lose the privileges of the assembly. So that single fact owns many members in abeyance of supporting the governor. And I believe if the governor is acquitted, and this Honorable Senate helps us address these issues in Meru, you see that the governor will be ready and willing to work with each and every member of the county assembly. And nothing proves that more, Honorable Speaker, than the evidence that has been placed before this Senate, that the governor herself and the executive team have agreed to allocate 33 million shillings for each and every ward, which was a bone of contention previously for the allocation of the ward fund. Therefore, I believe if the Senate finds it objective and finds it depending on the facts and evidence that has been placed them, that they acquit the governor, there will be peace in Meru.
Senator Danson Mungatana, followed by Senator Agnes Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A very quick one. A video was played here in the course of your evidence, and in that video, this Senate, Mr. Speaker, was called a house of shame, a house of greed. In fact, it went in Kiswahili and said, that we are wenda wazimu in this house. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted the witness to tell me and this house, what was the purpose of that? Was he adducing evidence to annoy us or to abuse us? What was the purpose of that evidence? Because evidence is supposed to build your case. What did it build in terms of the case? And Mr. Speaker, secondly, I wanted to invite the Speaker to make a ruling on whether we can allow any form of evidence to be adduced. I cannot speak in this house like that. Why should someone who is a...
Thank you. Senator Agnes Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Witness, you've said that you've been whipped on party lines, the previous impeachment motion. Don't anyone have a right to stand with their own understanding? If you knew that the governor was not right or was right, why then did you agree to take over the motion, which actually the lady told us that she's the one who drafted it, but you took it over because you were so sure that the governor was going to be impeached so that you can take the glory? I believe even in this Senate, we have parties and we have people who can stand on their own and make decisions and make the right decision.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I say first of all, I do regret the ones that were uttered in that video because it is not in my position that these are house of shame. I know the Senate is very credible and objective in undertaking its work. But Honorable Speaker, that evidence was brought before you to illustrate how members of the County Assembly have been incited and induced by party leaders. Specifically, the video played, we have seen it was of the Secretary General of Bas Party at Meru County. And that maybe was the feeling of the MCAs at that point who are supporting the impeachment motion. Therefore, we are to play to show to you the level of the level that political players in the county of Meru can go, the law that they can go, so that they can make sure that the process of impeaching the governor doesn't stop even once the Senate acquits her. My question number 2, whipping on party line, and if anyone doesn't have a stand, I believe honorable senators in this house were elected on parties, and we have seen that parties can bite. The consequences of defying party orders are there, we can't deny that, and we have already seen it being effected on us by being removed from committees, denying to attending trainings, capacity building, denying even opportunities to contribute in the house. Therefore, at that point, because our sales we have sacrificed, Honorable Speaker, members who have been supporting the governor, the 13 members who have been supporting the governor, I want to tell you as a matter of fact, since February this year, no one has gotten a single dime from that assembly as a matter of being in support of the governor. Therefore, when it comes to that point, most members decide to weigh the consequences or the consequences of defying the party lines, and you find that most of them, since we are all human beings, decide to support the party line.
Next question by Senator Veronica Nduati, followed by Senator Eric Okongo.
Honorable Evans Mawira, you were in this house on 6th and 7th of November 2023 with an impeachment motion, and you say this was politically instigated by some political leaders. However, in your paragraph 4 of the affidavit, you did not disclose who are these political leaders. And I've seen a lot of meetings have been taking place, a lot of fights and squabbles in Meru County. In your opinion, do you think the residents of Meru County are being served by Meru County Assembly? Are you honorable members of Meru County Assembly serving the people, or a lot of time has been spent fighting, tossing the ball from this side to the other side? Are the Meru County getting any benefit from devolution with all these fights?
Yes, Bwana Witness, I just wanted to get your experience as a member of County Assembly. You seem to have conducted this public participation. The entire process was done in one day. And I've seen the photos and the people who were in attendance. There seemed to have been a very low turnout. Have you done any previous public participation exercise? How was the attendance? And was the process carried out, chaired, and minutes recorded by MCAs, or minutes were captured by members of staff from the county assembly? Just wanted to understand, because we have had issues with public participation before.
Witness.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to address the first question, it's true that there is a lot of political infighting in Meru County. This can be attributed mostly to the losers during the previous general elections. And I'm being asked if the people of Meru are being served by the County Assembly of Meru, members of the County Assembly. I'll come to that. And Honorable Speaker, I will state that the people of Meru have not received the best from the County Assembly of Meru because they have been held captive or have been induced to participate in political infighting instead of focusing on serving the people of Meru. The question of who are those people, Honorable Speaker, I previously mentioned what has been transpired in that county. But Honorable Speaker, even to the reason of safety of my life, I would want not to mention the names expressed in this Senate. It's as dangerous as that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to my experience during or as a member of the County Assembly and during the public participation, I would say that during the first impeachment motion, the public participation was held at the County Assembly, where members of the County Assembly were present and members of staff, and the attendance was well. The second impeachment motion, the public participation was held at sub-county level, where members of the County Assembly were present as well, and participated and took minutes. And the attendance and started to go down. During this impeachment motion, Honorable Speaker, the attendance was very poor. And also, in all venues, it is in very few venues where members of the County Assembly attended. Therefore, the public participation meetings were conducted by members of the Assembly. And what I can attribute to the low attendance during this impeachment motion is that the feeling of the people of Meru, they are really tired of these fights. And if you could listen to most of them, because personally I listen to my electorates, they would say, kindly cease of these fights. Let us give every elected leader a chance to serve. And when it comes to removing you from office, we'll do that during the general election because they are about 3 years away from now. Thank you.
The next questions from Alexander Mwinyi and Senator Geoffrey Osotsi.
Asante Bwana Spika, swali langu kwa mheshimiwa, wakati wa kutimuliwa kwa Governor Kawira mara ya kwanza na mara ya pili ulikuwa hapa ukiunga mkono aweze kutimuliwa, na unasema kutoka kati hiyo ulienda upande mwingine ndio aweze kuleta watu pamoja. Na wakati umeenda kwa hiyo kikundi ama kuleta watu pamoja. Ndio mheshimiwa mmoja alisema ng'ombe 20 ya pesa nyingi ilikufa, ndio tukasikia tukaona kwa video watoto walikuwa wanasaliwa kwa karibu na hospitali, hakukuwa na hospitali inaendelea kwa Karai. Wewe ukiwa mtu wa kuleta watu pamoja, ulisukua hatua gani? Ama wewe ni mmoja wale walipatiwa pesa ndio waweze kuenda kuunga gavana mkono? Asante Bwana Spika.
Mr. Mawira, I want to refer you to your affidavit, which is on page 39, where you have said that the anger and malice was directed towards the 2024-2025 county fiscal strategy paper, where 56 MCAs openly went against the previously agreed Ward Equalization Development Fund and allocated 45 million in each of the wards whose elected MCAs were against the governor, and 15 million to the wards whose elected MCAs were supporting the governor. This is after they had agreed, been advised against tabling a ward development
Senator,
fund.
ask your question because you only have 1
What
minute.
I want from the witness is...
Just give him 30 seconds to ask the question.
What I want from the witness, Mr. Speaker, is this particular statement confirmed that this is an illegality because it's against Article 10 of the Constitution. It's clearly discriminated. What is your view about this? And was this physical strategy paper approved?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, nataka kueleza katika hii seneti kulingana na lile swali limeulizwa ya kwamba kama ni pesa inatupeleka kusupport governor, tungekaa katika wale wanaompinga, sababu bunge la Meru, la County Assembly ya Meru, ndilo lina uwezo wa kupea members of the County Assembly money, because I've said that since February, we have not received even a single dime from that assembly as a matter or as a consequence of supporting the governor. Therefore, it is unfortunate that we could be told that it's money that has lent us to support the governor. And also, I believe that as a peace-loving Senate and a peace-loving people, we should strive to preach more peace so that we bring the executive arm of the government and the county assembly together, regardless of what has happened in the past, and not mentioning that only you can support the governor because of money inducements, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, according to the CFSP that I've stated, that is true. The CFSP was approved by the county assembly members, whereas the 38 members, elected members who support or who opposes the governor, were allocated 45 million in their wards, whereas the 7 of us who are in support of the governor, our wards were allocated 15 million. Up and until when the county executive committee member for finance complained to the office of the control of budget and sought some advice, that is when that illegality was collected, and all ones, according to the agreement between the negotiation team, were allocated that is 6 million, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, because we are out of time, I will take the last 2 questions from Senator John Kinyua, followed by Senator Mofaya Kataya.
Asante, Bwana Spika. Mheshimiwa Mawira shahidi, sijui ni kuamini leo ama ni kuamini wakati ule mwingine ulipokuwa umekuja hapa, kwa sababu sijui niseme, kwa sababu Biblia inasema mimi nitumiwe kama chombo. Sijui kama wewe ni chombo, kwa sababu nashindwa ni kuamini leo ama wakati ule mwingine, kwa sababu unasema ulishurutishwa wakati ule mwingine, tena unaonekana ulitishwa. Sasa sijui leo ulipokuwa ukiongea ukaulizwa swali ukasema ya kwamba huwezi ukataja jina fulani kwa sababu unahofia maisha yako. Sasa sijui nitakuamini leo ama nikuamini wakati ule mwingine, sijui mheshimiwa. Nina ugumu, ninakanganyikiwa, ninachanganyikiwa kidogo.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mwangaza, I have just captured your confession that once you left this house, once you had brought the motion of impeachment against the governor extended some gestures of reconciliation to the MCAs. So in your own view, why do you think other MCAs didn't listen to the reconciliation mood and gesture extended by the governor as you did? You know, I've been an MCA for a decade, and I know the workings and relationship between the governor and the MCAs. Why do you think other MCAs didn't listen to those reconciliation moves from the governor?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in reference to the question by Honorable Senator Kenywa, I have stated and given facts that led to me bringing the second impeachment motion to this Honorable Senate. And Honorable Senator Kenywa, if at all there's a time you should believe me, it is now. Because if I agree to testify in this Honorable Senate, and knowing the circumstances and knowing the facts that I was here previously, that shows you the level of commitment and sacrifice that I've gone myself to show and prove to you, honorable senators, and the country at large, because this matter is a matter of national interest right now, that the governor has been fought incessantly, political fights, and that is why we are here right now. Therefore, those are the facts that I can attest to in this honorable Senate. Reconciliation efforts by the governor, were responding to question number 2. It's true that she has reached out, and why are other members not agreeing or accepting this olive branch being extended to them by the governor? The reason I've said is the assembly will punish, or the assembly leadership will punish each and every member who attempts to even work with the governor, to an extent of the MCAs in Meru County Assembly, especially the elected ones, cannot be seen even following up for a project in the executive wing of the government. Because if you are seen there, you've been deemed as a traitor, you'll be punished, you'll be removed from committees, you'll be denied assembly privileges, and therefore this makes it very hard for other members to try and forge a working relationship with the governor. Thank you.
Thank you, witness. Counsel for the governor, you had a remainder of 4 minutes. Which witness did you want to call next?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My next and last witness would be the governor of the county of Meru. I had made a request to be extended at least 15 minutes so that I will have a total of 20 minutes to be done with the governor in examination in chief.
Counsel for the assembly.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir. In the morning, the assembly was moved with an application that was called the Doctrine of Equality of Arms by our teacher, Mr. Ongoya, our learned counsel. He indicated that there ought to have been equality of arms. I still invoke the same wisdom that there ought to be equality of arms, to which I am seeking indulgence that since this is a main character in this particular proceedings, and when they had the opportunity of dealing with our main witness, they had 1 hour, 30 minutes. It would be therefore suffice to indicate, Mr. Speaker, sir, that in the efforts of making sure that we are all balanced, there is equality of arms, there is proper access to justice, there is fair hearing, that you apportion us the same equal time so that we can have to do justice to this case. Remember, it is we who have accused the governor, and we need sufficient time, if the so pleases the Senate, that they grant us leave to have at least 1 hour, 30 minutes, so that we can dispense with justice, so that at least at the end of the day, people can feel that justice has been done. I so beg.
Council, I think you've requested for an extra 15 minutes, but as put by the Council for the Assembly, you did in the morning, your lead counsel requested that we fair and we give equality of arms as per the timings yesterday. Now, Council for the Assembly, I doubt if we can give you 1 hour, 30 minutes. But in all fairness, they're asking for an extra 15 minutes. And you did utilize your whole 1 hour, 10 minutes of cross-examination. So to be fair, we will give you also 20 minutes to cross-examine the key witness. And they will have an extra 15 minutes of their 4 minutes which they have. So we'll say roughly we'll give them 20 minutes and you will get 20 minutes to cross-examine the witness.
I am well guided by your wisdom. In the event that we shall not make it, I'll still seek leave for indulgence. I'm most obliged.
Thank you. Counsel for the Governor, you may proceed.
I, Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Good evening, Madam Governor.
Even to you, Akili.
Thank you. You are appearing before the Senate for the third time, courtesy of the County Assembly of Meru, who seeks to have you removed from office by way of impeachment, and they have cited 3 main grounds for impeachment. One is that you were invited to appear before the County Assembly of Meru, but you did not. Could you explain to the Senate why you did not honor the summons at the County Assembly?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Senators. I did not appear at the County Assembly of Meru because there was a court issue with the impeachment, and I was afraid that I will go there and then it will be termed as contempt of court.
Thank you. You have talked about there being a court issue. Are you aware if the court had stopped the impeachment process at the County Assembly level?
Thank you, Speaker. The court had issued a court order for the same.
And subsequent to the impeachment, did you take any action against the County Assembly for disobeying court orders?
Yes, after they moved and they debated about the impeachment, I moved to court and sued for contempt of court.
Thank you. Subsequently, you wrote to the Speaker of this House informing him of the court processes and the orders that had been issued. Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
What was the date of that letter?
9th August 2024.
Thank you very much. Nevertheless, you're here today to answer to the charges. You have filed a response, the one that is dated 17th day of August 2024. Do you wish to stand by the response as adduced before the Senate?
Yes.
And all the affidavits attached therein?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to go specifically to the 3 charges, and I want you to guide me on any evidence that you have adduced, and if the same has been adduced by other witnesses, then you're free to state that indeed that issue has been addressed to your satisfaction. The first ground for impeachment is the ground of illegally revoking the appointment of one Virginia Kawira. Have you made a response to that allegation?
Yes.
You brought witnesses here to testify on that fact, and there was a serious controversy as to a legal opinion that you allegedly received that informed your revocation. I want you to specifically address that issue because all the other issues had been addressed. And I'll be very specific. Did you or did you not receive any advisory from your legal advisor, one Linda Keome?
Thank you, Speaker. I received advisory from the legal advisor. To be very specific, when we were here the last time, I was advised by this honorable house that I should go and do away with any, if there was any illegal appointment. And from that, I called my legal advisor and also the C. Waziri for Legal Affairs and Public Administration. And then I sought their advice about one Virginia Kawira.
Who was your legal advisor that you sought advice from?
Linda Keome.
Linda Keome appeared here yesterday and said that you have lifted her signatures from other documents and or you have forged her signature or used it without her consent and termed that advisory as a mediocre. Why would Linda Keome, an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, appear before Senate and disown a document that you allege she had forwarded to you, in your own understanding?
Maybe due to some political pressure or because there's a case in court that she has sued me because of terminating her as my legal advisor. Those are among the issues maybe that have rendered her to say that the letter did not originate from her.
Madam Governor, are you familiar with technology to the extent of being able to lift a signature from another document? Are you that conversant with?
I don't know how, no, I don't know any technology about lifting.
Thank you. So your testimony in simple is that there is a personal vendetta between yourself and the advocate who disowned that document.
Yes.
Has the said legal advisor reached out to you personally or through other formal communications available to the county complaining about her use of that signature? Has she written any letter to you? Has anyone from your office been called? Has she called you personally to make that complaint?
She has not called me. She has not written anything to me. I just saw her here yesterday.
For the first time?
Yes.
Thank you. We move on to the next issue. And before I move on, it is your testimony before this Senate, because the actual charge is legally revoking the appointment, that you acted on that advisory to take the action that you took?
Yes, I acted on advisory from the legal and the Waziri.
In 2 minutes, Madam Governor.
Excuse 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am constrained to object to the leading question.
We have my time frozen, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I am seriously constrained to cancel leading the witness and put in leading questions. And he's a seasoned advocate. Perhaps he needs to comply to the rules of examination in chief to avoid unnecessary intervention. I'm greatly humbled.
Objection overruled. Proceed, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. So, Madam Governor, the issue is illegally revoking the appointment of CPA Virginia. Why did you find it necessary, even at the wake of that advisory, to take the action that you took? In your understanding, was the revocation illegal or not? Why did you take that action? In 2 minutes, kindly.
The revocation was not illegal. I'm the one that appointed Leader Keome. I'm the one that appointed Virginia Kawira. And from the original agreement with her is that she would put away the first assignment that was given by the county government, that is financial officer in the county, and then get the new job. But after that, she did not honor the pledge that she promised.
So by the time she took over the role of the CEO of the County Public Service Board, had she relinquished her previous post?
No.
How would that have affected service delivery in your government had you allowed that to proceed?
It could have affected the government because having or holding that position for 6 years, as the government, we cannot recruit any other person. That's why I asked her respectfully to handle one line and leave the public county service officer as a financial officer.
Thank you. Failing to appoint chairpersons of various boards, is it, or rather, what is your stand in respect to that accusation? Have you made any attempts to appoint the chairperson whose positions are vacant?
We took several names for appointment for all the sagas that are in dispute, but to my astonishment that the assembly have never given a reply or given us a go ahead to have them as the board members.
You see, Legal Affairs and the Public Service was here today and testified to that effect. Do you stand by the evidence that he produced?
I stand by the evidence that he produced.
The other issue is refusing to implement the recommendations of the solutions of the County Assembly. Have you ever received, in your capacity as a governor, any resolution addressed to you by the County Assembly of Meru requiring you to take action against one Harrison Gatobu Nchamba and Dr. Kiambi Aderu Thambura by way of removing them from office? Have you ever received any letter?
I've never received any letter. I've never received any resolution for the same.
Has the County Assembly produced a single communication that is specifically addressed to you as the governor requiring you to take action for a recommendation they made?
The Assembly have not produced any single letter or any resolution to me, addressed to me.
The report is seen to have been received by Harrison Gatobu Nchamba and the County Secretary. What is your comment on that?
I'm not aware whether he received any resolution or any letter on my behalf.
Would it be prudent for the County Assembly of Meru to forward a recommendation for the removal of these two officers through the same officers that you were meant to take action over, or they were meant to just address you directly on this issue?
That could be the best way. They could have done just to write to me directly rather than to the Chief of Staff or the County Secretary.
Thank you. You have also been accused of illegally dismissing 3 individuals from the County Revenue Board, from the Liquor Board, and the Meru Microfinance Corporation. Did you have a chance to interact with the same accusation during the last impeachment?
Yes, it was among the impeachment.
Have you taken any other action since the time we left Senate in respect to the 3 names that would have formed the basis for the new impeachment? Have you taken any other action?
Sorry?
Have you taken any other step towards these 3 individuals? Have you dismissed them afresh? Have you recalled them? Have you done anything to their detriment since we left Senate last year?
Yes, we wrote to the County Assembly of Nairobi, where one of them was an employee. In fact, he was being employed at the county government of Meru and at the same time an employee of Nairobi County.
Thank you so much. I want to move on to the next issue very quickly. You have been accused of gross misconduct by deliberately and knowingly misleading the public that Kenya shillings 86 million had been raised through the paybill that has been provided for the burial arrangements of a blogger in Meru. Madam Governor, we have watched you in a clip making certain utterances. What informed those utterances, and on what basis would you claim that 86 million had been raised through, rather for this purpose?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Senators. Yes, I stated that the contributions were made to the magnitude of 86 million. This is because for more than 2 months, the leaders and also the members of County Assembly went around Meru County in all stadiums. That is Kinoru Stadium. They end a fundraising in that stadium. They raised a lot of money, even though they did not disclose how much was raised from Kinoru Stadium. They went ahead to Mairitatu Stadium, where there were thousands and thousands of people. They raised money from there. They raised money from Maua Stadium, all members of National Assembly and also MCS. They raised a lot of money. Again, they had to cross-cut across Meru County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What was your connection with this issue that you had to make this statement? How was it concerning you that you had to make this statement? How was it your business that you had to make this comment?
It was
Give that context.
Thank you, Speaker. For me to make the statement, the leaders and also the MCAs were accusing me of being one of the killers to the young man. And from there, they went ahead and we've started verifying this house in connection to me, that when I came here, maybe I bribed or so, and from that is the time I addressed the media to clear my name and also to shed light about the money that was raised, and at the same time to assist the young family get justice, not only for the young man, but also for the fund that were raised during those times.
This is an incident that was widely covered, and a lot of disquiet was in Meru. What did you do to the family of the deceased, if any? Did you take any action? Did you reach out? What did you do, Madam Governor?
I tried to reach out to the family, but unfortunately the person that I sent there, one of my supporters, is almost touched because he was associated with me. I continued now to call media, at least to see that the money which was raised was given to the family.
Thank you. Let us watch VKM4 and VKM8 very quickly. We may need the help of the translator, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Sergeant at Arms, kindly usher in the translator.
If we could have the time frozen as well, Mr. Speaker, sir, as we wait for the help of the translator. We can now play the video.
Onyo, mwere yu, ukiagirwa kiresidence ya gavana. Tunapeana onyo, hiyo mwili tutaizika kwa mboma ya ungavana. Tudepodika, tureendeshia kofini ya utuko shonde. Isikiki vizuri.
Can we repeat that part kindly?
Onyo. Mwili yu. Ukethirwa ki-residence ya governor. Onyo. Mwili huo tutaizika kwa mboma ya governor. Tudemodika tunaendesha kofi ya mtu ushonde. Kila siku tutakuwa tunatafuta mwenye aliua sniper.
I object to that line of translation. It is grossly misleading, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I fully understand the Khmer language. It has nothing to do.
How many translators do we have out there?
We have. Wait.
Is he the only translator we have? He's the only translator we have? There are two?
We have two.
Bring in the other one. As a translator, there can never be any doubt cast upon you. Proceed.
Onyo. Mwili yu. Ukethirwa ki-residence ya governor. Tudemodika. A warning. If that body is found at the home of the governor,
I think we have a serious problem, Mr. Speaker. Sir.
Oh, kindly, can we let's pray kindly.
Translator, do this. Face the other side. Don't face the screen, because you're translating what is in English to Meru. Just face the other side and simply hear the Meru language and translate it.
Yes. Onyo. Mwili yu. Ukethirwa ki-residence ya governor. Tudemodika. A warning. If that body is found at the residence of the governor, well, I won't bury that body. Tunaendesha kofi ya mtu ushonde. There is the sound is not that good. Kindly.
We all can hear, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay, just replay.
Onyo. Mwili yu. Ukethirwa ki-residence ya governor. Tudemodika. A warning. If that body is found at the residence of the governor, I won't bury that body. It will remain there forever. Until when we come to get the one who killed sniper. And if it is not possible, we'll take it to Senate. Because those are the people who brought back that person who killed sniper. And we will fight and we don't fear. Play on.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we can pause a bit. We had provided a transcript of those utterances. They are contained at volume 4, at page 6, because I am dissatisfied with that translation. Perhaps senators can retreat and look at it and compare with a more qualified translator. We can have the next clip.
Mwiri, you are sniper.
The body of sniper.
Kenya.
We'll take it round in Kenya.
Senate.
We'll take to Senate.
Tatiania.
We'll take to Tigania.
Imenti.
We'll take to Imenti.
Igembe.
We will take to Igembe.
County.
And we will take to the county.
Thank you very much. Madam Governor, what transpired after those utterances were made against you and connecting you to the death of Sniper? And kindly, as you answer that, be mindful of the fact that it's an issue that is alive in court.
After a lot of public rallies and the leaders accusing me of killing the sniper. A team from DCI came to my place. They searched everybody, took all our phones, and made even my last son, who is 16 years, to write a statement for the same. And after that, they arrested my brother, who is my small brother. I tried to ask them as to why they did so. They said the investigation is still on, and I believe that justice will be served also as we serve justice to the sniper's family. My brother will also be served with justice. But to me, Honorable Speaker and this Honorable House, I've never even thought of killing, leave alone killing. Even thinking it's very far from me.
Thank you. So is it your evidence that you are thoroughly investigated and you have not personally been in any way connected to this murder and you have not faced any charges?
I have not faced any charges. I did not even record a statement for the same. They came to our place, that is the governor's official residence, did the investigations and went away.
Council for Governor, I'm informed your time is up. What do you say?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am truly saddened by that fact. I know we've had serious issues of mismanagement of time. That is a fault on our side. If I can have just 10 minutes with your kind permission. This is a very crucial witness. She's the governor who is facing the charges. 10 minutes, I believe, will do us justice in this matter. I will be done in 10 minutes.
Because it's her career that is on the line, and she only has today to fight for her career, I'll give you 20 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am really obliged. Madam Governor, so you confirm that the criminal investigative agencies within the country were involved in this process?
Yes, the criminal investigative agency were involved and they came to Meru for more than a month to do investigations.
By the time those utterances were made by the people we have seen doing them, had investigations been concluded or begun?
Not even begun.
They had not begun?
Yes.
Did you make utterances during the course of the investigations? Did you make any public statements in respect to the issue during the course of investigations?
The only public utterance that I made is about the amount that was raised during that time.
During that time?
Yes.
Thank you. We have been told that you have caused a lot of problems to the widow of the deceased by claiming that she's cohabiting with an MCA. What do you say about that issue?
That is very wrong. I've never uttered such. In fact, maybe they think by the time I said that the MCA is being hosted by the sniper's wife was being hosted by an MCA, thought that I was alleging a male MCA, which was not.
Which was not the case.
Yes.
We have seen in the clips saying that they will take that body to various places. Have you witnessed them doing exactly that? And if they have done that, who has done that? And what is the target?
The target was just to victimize the governor, and they had the purpose that immediately they raise alarm and also continue telling people the lies that I'm a murder sniper. I will take plea and immediately they will impeach me and bring another impeachment motion out of that.
Thank you. Madam Governor, there is an accused person in that murder, one Chris Kiambi, and you have been told that you have continued to pay him despite him being a murder suspect. Number one, I want you to confirm if you know the said individual and if he works in your office.
I learned after the investigations were over that he's an employee of county government in the Department of Communication.
There is a letter of appointment that appears at volume 2, volume 6 of the County Assembly's documents. Who is the author of that letter of appointment?
Virginia Kawira, Secretary, CEO, Meru County Public Service Board.
Was that position, in your understanding, a competitive process, or those are among one of the staff that work directly under you?
It was a competitive position.
You've also been accused of, or rather an issue was raised, and I know it will come up during cross-examination, of your association with the main suspect in that murder case, one Supu. Have you adduced evidence to show that he's not a member of your staff, neither does he work for the county?
Yes, he's not a member of my staff. He doesn't work even in our county.
What would be the connection between him and the county of Meru? Was he ever employed by the county?
The County Public Service Board advertised positions, various positions. He was among the people Thank you. The County Public Service position advertised positions, and he was among the people who were appointed by them. And immediately after they went to check on papers, his papers, according to the letter that I can see, and I also saw from the county secretary, that it was a fake degree. And for that reason, the county secretary service board revoked the appointment, immediately revoked the appointment.
Where is that letter found? In volume?
Volume 2.
Of the county government's document at what page?
It's page 454.
454. So, would you be having any association with the same individual?
Not at all.
Not at all. Finally, on that issue, Madam Governor, what are your sentiments towards the family of the late sniper? Because it has been argued that you have not made any utterances or directed your feelings towards the family. What would you say? And have you even done that previously?
I did it previously, and I also repeat them. I'm sorry about the family. And in fact, I'm the one that got out of my way to ask justice for the same family. This is a young family that maybe is not all that much able. And the reason as to why I went to media to give my stand is that I saw a lot of kind of mishandling the same family, stealing from the same family, doing it for politics and not to assist the same family.
Your utterances in that press statement, were they directed at the family, or to whom were they directed?
My utterances were directed to the general public of Meru.
Thank you. Let us go to the last count of abuse of office. And you have been accused of employing a bloated workforce. Did you stand before the Senate last year and answer to the same charges?
Yes, I was here for the same charges.
Were you found guilty of those charges?
Not guilty.
A list was produced here of the names that you have purportedly employed. Was it the same list that was produced last year, purporting that you had a bloated workforce?
It was the same list that was brought here.
Thank you. You have also been, let me go back to the issue of paying Kiambi Christas Manyara. You have been accused of not taking any disciplinary action against the said individual despite him facing criminal charges. Do you have powers to take disciplinary action against an individual who has been accused of any criminal offense as a governor?
I don't believe I have any powers to do that.
Who should take disciplinary action in your understanding? who should take disciplinary action, in your understanding?
I think the County Public Service Board.
To the best of your knowledge, has that issue been brought to the attention of the County Public Service Board for their attention?
The issue has not been brought to the County Public Service Board, and if there is any, maybe they could have informed me.
Thank you. We also watched clips by the mover of the motion touching on two main issues. One is the issue of the death of certain cows within your county, where 20 cows had died because of an outbreak of a skin disease. Are you aware of that issue, and what have you done in respect to that issue? Do you have any data of any form?
I saw the issue on this screen, that is yesterday. For the veterinary services that you offer in Meru County, for the last 2 financial years, we have vaccinated over 200,000 against various diseases. So that one, I only saw the clip, but I did not see any dead cow or any even people supporting the same.
You were also accused of poor service delivery, where even mothers within your county, specifically within Kegocho Hospital, are giving birth by the roadside. Are you aware of that incident, and what have you done about it?
I also saw the incident yesterday, and Kegocho is not a level 4 or level 3 facility. It is just a dispensary. We are putting up a maternity facility, and there is no facility that is supposed, maybe the woman that went to that place, because I saw yesterday, was also assisted by the in charge of that facility, but it has no maternity wing.
Thank you. Madam Governor, I have less than 10 minutes. You have brought several witnesses to testify in support of your case. One of those witnesses is Mheshimiwa Evans Mawira. It has been alleged by the County Assembly that you have procured this witness by way of buying his loyalty. What would you say about that specific allegation?
The allegation is wrong, because I don't see if I am able to buy any MCA. Immediately after the third impeachment, I called Mawira as the majority leader by then, just to bring us together and also bring other MCAs as their leader. And from that time, he has faced a lot of challenges, as he said, because of joining this other camp and also refusing to fight the government.
This is your third impeachment motion, Madam Governor. At the point when you first brought at the Senate, how many MCAs did you have in your team that would support anything that the county government executive would do? How many MCAs did you have?
Having been elected as an independent candidate, the first time when the impeachment motion was brought here, I had only 1 MCA out of 69 MCAs. And then I did a lot of effort to bring them together. The second impeachment, I had 10 of them. That is from 1 to 10. And after the second impeachment, I went ahead, tried to look and see how we can work with them together. And I can proudly say that up to now, I have 23 MCAs on my side.
The 23 MCAs are out of what membership of the County Assembly?
Out of 69.
Out of 69. What other efforts have you made to bring about unity and reconciliation in the Meru County?
From the first impeachment, the issues were about the first gentleman of Meru. We discussed as a family and agreed that you will never participate in any county meeting or even in anything apart from just accompanying me to the church, just to make sure that the MCAs are comfortable with me. The issue of first gentleman appeared in this Senate, and therefore we sat as a family, and that was over for him attending any meetings that pertains to the county. Again, I thought it was the issue of money because it was raised in this Senate. the first financial year, that is 2022-2023, we allocated 10 million per every ward. That is the equalization or ward fund. They call it ward fund. They said it wasn't enough. I went ahead, increased it by 5 million, up to 15 million. They said again the money wasn't enough. They wanted more money. This financial year, we've given every ward that 3 million to see if at all there will be peace in Meru. Those two steps I took as early when I realized that there are issues with the MCAs. There's also an issue that I should have stopped my programs that I do with the church. That is the Okolea program, whereby we go as a church, donate cows, donate blankets, donate mattresses to the poor. Again, the MCAs and the leadership was not happy with the program. They said I should rest the program and I should not continue doing anything to do with the charity work in Meru. For the sake of unity and bringing people together, I stopped my charity work that I've been doing for the last 15 years. I've taken a lot of steps to see that we work together, even by writing to the devolution committee of this Senate to come to Meru and at least see what is the problem. I wrote twice to this, to the devolution committee, and to my surprise, I'm still waiting to see if they will come and see the issues that are ailing Meru. Immediately after that impeachment, I went around across Meru County saying sorry if I had wronged anyone. In fact, at one point, I said sorry 70 times. Each sorry for every MCA and another sorry for the speaker. 70 times if I had wronged anybody. I asked for forgiveness so that the county will take progress. I want to thank this Honorable House from the advice that they gave me to go and try and sit with every leader. I started with Injorin Cheke. I went to them and asked for a sitting. We sat, we talked, and then we amended everything what was not going well. I sat with the MPs. I sat with every leader who is in Meru. The only person who did not avail himself for a sitting to see that Meru moves forward is the Honorable Senator of this House. The rest, we've talked, we've sat, and we have no issues at all.
Yet, Madam Governor, you're here yet again, even after all those efforts. Clearly, the senators might be inclined to think that you have a problem, and the people of Meru and across the country imagine that you are the one with a problem. Where is the problem then? Why are you here?
Maybe I'm here because of various reasons. One is the threats and intimidation to the honorable MCAs, as the witness who has just left the stand said. Number two is about the external forces from the leaders at the county level. We have a lot of leaders from county level. You've seen them in the clips. And maybe you will play another clip that one of them is saying, the senator, but I need protection for this because I might land myself in problem.
You can make the application directly to the speaker for that line.
Honorable Governor, you shall not be victimized for whatever you say, as long as it's truthful and in line with the oath that you've just taken.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Senators. Because I'm here, let me say the truth. The issue of MCAs in Meru, one of the person or leader who is trying to fuel and also to bring disharmony in Meru is no one else but the Deputy Speaker of this House. Several times I've tried to reach him. He doesn't avail himself so that I can at least say sorry to him. I tried to reach the devolution committee of this House to come to Meru, but he said through his people that at no time the devolution committee will come to Meru until he gives a green light for the same. This honorable senator, deputy speaker of this house, is heard in many meetings, like the one we've just seen the clip here. The MCAs are planning on how to impeach the governor immediately after we left here, and then they ask for comments from the honorable deputy speaker of this house. He stands, and the video has been played here, and say, we as circumcised men, we will make sure that we assist you, honorable members, in whatever way. We will assist you, and the assistance that he gives to the MCAs is to make sure that they impeach me as many times as possible. In fact, he promises them immediately after they leave River Kadita to this end, he will take care of this house. I don't know how he will take care of this house, but honorable senators, the deputy, my senator, whom I give a lot of respect, has greatly interfered with the running of the county government of Meru.
Are you saying that your senator, who also happens to be my senator, is behind your problems in Meru?
I think we can play the clip.
Kindly, let's play that clip.
I think it's a yes or no. We don't need to go
yes.
back to the clip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Governor, do you think that devolution works in Meru with you as the governor, or the only problem, or not, rather the only solution is for you to vacate your seat and give it to someone else so that we can have peace in Meru? Do you think that there is a working relationship with, especially the County Assembly of Meru, because that is where your focus should be? Do you think there is that working relationship?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The working relationship or the working progress in Meru with the MCAs, I've just said that I started with one MCA, then to 9 MCAs, and up to now I have 23 MCAs.
Conclude, Council for Governor. Your time is up.
Thank you. Actually, that was my last question now,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker, sir. I thank you so very much. I yield the witness
Council
for
for
cross-examination.
County Assembly. You may now proceed for cross-examination.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, kindly I beg your indulgence to advise us as to extension of time. We had agreed previously that shall be equality of times, but I leave it to you as we progress. We will consider.
Just utilize your 20 minutes fast.
Most obliged.
If at the end of the 20 minutes,
I am well
you're
guided.
not done, you know exactly what to do.
I am well guided,
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Madam Governor, good evening.
Even to you.
The last time you were here, you indicated that you're a victim of misogyny. You remember?
Yes.
Do you still hold that preposition this afternoon?
Yes.
You still hold the position that you're a victim of the gender card?
Yes.
And that it's because of the gender card that you've always been brought before this assembly?
Yes.
Do you reckon that the move of the motion was a woman?
Yes.
Do you reckon that the motion was equally supported by the men and the women of MCAs of the Meru County?
Yes.
And you still hold the preposition that you're a victim of the gender, correct?
A victim.
Should female governors be held to account?
Yes, they should.
Should they be told when they are wrong?
Yes, they should.
Are they bound by the law?
Yes, they are bound.
Are they exempted by any clause that you know of?
No.
And therefore, Madam Governor, when we tell you that you illegally revoked the appointment of Virginia Kawira, and that you contravened Section 58, subsection 4, and Section 5, and Section 59A of the County Government Act. Yes?
No.
How is that victimization?
It was not a
How is that victimization? How do we victimize you as a woman when we say you violated Section 58 and Section 59? How do we victimize you as a woman?
I did not violate any section.
Listen to my question. How do we victimize you? I'm not asking whether you violated. I'm asking, how do we victimize you as a woman?
I did not violate.
I know you didn't violate. That's why you're putting a defense. But I'm asking, how do we victimize you? The question is, how have we victimized you?
I did not violate.
That you have said. But the question is, how did we victimize you? Tukisema kwamba umevunja hii sheria na umesema hujavunja, tumekuonea vipi ati kwa sababu wewe ni governor wa mwanamke?
Na kwa sababu sijavunja hii sheria, amjanionea.
Understanding my question?
Yes, I'm understanding.
The question is about victimization. How have we victimized you?
The council has tried to put it in English and Swahili, but it's not sinking well. I wish I could allow Meru, but that language is not allowed here. Now, let me try to assist the witness maybe to understand. If a governor breaches the law, and is held to account, if it happens that that governor is a woman, is she being victimized? Because
she's not.
Thank you.
Council, have I?
Thank you for the indulgence. I enjoy from the wisdom of having practiced many years of law. Thank you, Senior Counsel. And therefore, you sat through the evidence of one Linda Kiome.
Yes.
You heard that she distanced herself from that particular letter.
Yes.
And you are given leave by the Senate to bring or to produce the original letter, correct?
Yes.
Have you produced it before the Senate this afternoon?
We made the calls.
Have you produced it?
I have not.
Thank you. Who is in custody of that original letter?
I think the office of the legal advisor.
Think or you know, who is in custody of that letter?
Our secretary.
Your
and she
secretary.
says yes.
Is that secretary within your reach?
She's in Meru.
Is she within your reach?
She's within my reach.
Did you communicate to her that it was important to have that particular letter produced before the Senate?
I communicated to her and she said that she had given the letter to the legal team that was preparing.
Oh, so the letter was still within the custody of the legal team?
So that they can have a copy.
Thank you. Have they produced it?
They have produced a copy.
Have they produced the original letter?
No, they have not.
Thank you. How can we tell and how can you dispute the allegation of forgery? How can you distance yourself with the allegation of forgery in that particular letter?
There is no forgery in that particular
I'm asking,
letter.
how can you, in the absence of the original letter, how can you distance yourself? May I repeat the question?
Yes.
In the absence of the original letter, how can you distance yourself from that letter?
It has been asked a few hours ago, so, and because it's in Meru, we need to do some arrangement.
You cannot distance yourself from that letter in the absence of the original, correct? You cannot distance yourself from the allegation of forgery in the absence of an original letter.
I can distance myself.
When do you allege that the same was given? When do you allege that the advisory was given? Is it your testimony that was given on the 23rd February 2024?
Yes.
And when did you begin having problems with Linda?
Way back.
Yes, way back. When? Which specific dates?
I don't remember the date.
Do you remember issuing a notice of the intention to terminate her services?
No.
I remind you, Madam Governor, that on the 26th of March 2024, you issued a notice of intention to terminate the services, correct?
Yes.
And therefore, at that particular time, your relationship with Linda had already started going south, correct?
Not completely.
Not completely. Were there functions that you had indicated? Let's look at that letter. You indicate that the reason for the termination is due to her perennial unavailability to offer legal services or legal advice. Then you also say, when the governor raised this concern over the same issue in December, it's an independent letter annexed to the affidavit of Linda, which was filed yesterday.
Yeah, Linda's affidavit is an independent document. It's not contained in any of those volumes, but it was circulated. If you don't have a copy, kindly make available a copy to Honorable Oroba. Is there any other senator who doesn't have a copy of Linda's affidavit?
May we freeze the time?
Can you make available a copy to Senator Mogeni and Senator Oroba, please? Proceed.
You got it?
See it, Council.
That is the annexure indicated as Office of the Governor, a letter dated 26th of March 2024, which is the last page, indicating as notice of intention, indicated as notice of intention to terminate your services. Have you seen it, Madam Governor?
Yes.
Did that letter originate from your office?
From the Chief of Staff.
From the Office of the Governor, correct?
Yes.
And this is an officer who was working under you, correct?
Yes.
And the Chief of Staff works under your instructions, yes?
Yes.
And that she cannot execute any functions without you having indicated or given instruction, correct?
Yes.
And as such, this letter therefore originated pursuant to your instructions, yes?
Yes.
And therefore, you're indicating that you have a problem with Linda due to her perennial unavailability to offer advice, correct?
It's true.
So on this particular day, where was Linda when issuing this advisory?
I don't know.
You do not know.
Yes.
Did you instruct her to issue this advisory?
Who now?
You yourself, did you instruct her to issue this advisory?
Her or he?
Did you instruct Linda to issue the advisory dated the 23rd February?
I called legal advisor, that is Linda, and also...
So you instructed her, correct?
Governor, it's
I asked
either
for
yes
advisory
or
from
no.
them.
I'm asking a simple question. Did you,
Yes.
You instructed her?
Yes.
What was the mode of communication?
One-on-one.
One-on-one, on that particular day?
Not that particular date.
Yes. When did you seek
Earlier.
When did you seek this advisory?
After maybe 3 days.
When did you seek the advisory?
I can't remember the date.
What had triggered you to seek this advisory? What had preceded the need to seek this advisory?
There was allegation that Virginia Kawira is holding 2 positions.
Are you the one who sent out this advisory? Are you the one who called for it?
I called Rita and they asked for advisory.
Was the revocation of Linda done pursuant to the provisions of the law?
Yes.
Do you know what the law says in terms of the revocation of a member of a board?
Yes.
You understand that you cannot revoke an appointment of a member of a board without a resolution of the county assembly, correct?
It's not true.
Just show her the law. Show her the law. Read it out for her.
You are talking about Linda or Virginia?
Virginia. I'm at Virginia. Would you read section 59A, 58?
58.
5.
The members of the board may only be removed from office A, on grounds set out for the removal of members of a constitutional commission under Article 25(1) of the Constitution, and by a vote of not less than 75%.
A vote of not less than 75%? We have two ways of removing person from an office, correct?
I revoked, not removed.
When you revoked, did she leave the office?
She went to court.
I'm asking, when you revoked, assuming that she did not go to court, was she to leave the office?
After revoking, she was not to leave the office.
Ulipo revoke hiyo barua yake, ulitarajia atarudi katika ofisi yake siku nyingine?
Nilitarajia atachagua kazi moja kati ya kazi mbili ambazo alikuwa anashikilia.
Hivyo haukutarajia kwamba atarudi kwa ile ofisi yake siku nyingine, kweli si kweli?
Nilimpatia achagua anarudi kwa ofisi gani.
Nijibu swali langu, nimekuuliza vizuri sana. Ulitarajia kwamba atarudi kwa ile ofisi yake awe CEO wa board tena?
Yes.
Ulitarajia vipi na usha revoke?
Revoking is not dismissing.
I understand English. My question is whether you dismiss, whether you revoke, the ultimate result is that she is going to leave that office. She is going to be removed from that office, correct?
Angetoka kwa hiyo ofisi kama angeacha kazi ambayo alikuwa amenashikilia kwa miaka yote.
The revocation was done pursuant to which law? Which law did you invoke when revoking that appointment?
The law that makes me an appointee.
The laws in Kenya are known. We know all the laws. Which law specifically did you invoke? And perhaps show us from that purported advisory which law was invoked while purporting to revoke. Have a look at that advisory and lead us to the law from that particular lawyer who advised you that a revocation can ensue. Which law did he invoke or did she invoke?
The legal advisor that is leader knew the law that
yes, I understand.
she used.
Which law did she invoke in her advisory? Can you see where she's saying, I am relying on the County Government Act?
No.
The last paragraph of that letter. Kindly show the Madam Governor.
This is leader's affidavit.
Madam Governor, be patient, be shown where to read.
Proceed, Counsel. And Senator Roba, you don't shout. If you have not given you any permission to speak, you stay silent.
Can you see why it is, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you see why it is written in rendering this legal advice, I am relying on the County Government Act? Correct?
Yes.
Has she quoted any provision?
No.
Did you hear her saying that this is a mediocre advice? And therefore she distanced herself from this mediocrity?
She cannot distance herself from this.
I'm asking, did you hear her say?
Yes.
You heard her saying it's mediocre?
Yes.
Do you understand why it is mediocre? It's because she's not referenced on any law? I put it to you that the letter is referred to as mediocre because it's not referred to any law and it was done by an amateur.
I'm not a legal expert. That's why I sought legal advice.
Mr. Speaker, could we have video number 11 in the County Assembly videos played from second 12? And as we await for that video, it is your testimony that there is proper delivery of services in Meru County, correct?
Yes.
There is no hue and cry whatsoever nature, correct?
Maybe there is some part.
Yes? There is no hue and cry, correct? All services are flowing smoothly, according to you, correct?
Yes.
Including the health sector, correct?
Yes.
Kindly play at second 12. And you confirm that that facility has no maternity ward, correct?
We are putting it up, not yet finished.
Have a look. We are just interested with that writing on the wall. We don't even need an interpreter.
That's a new block.
It's okay. Wait. I've not put a question to you. Rudisha nyuma kidogo. Tafadhali. Can you see, sorry.
Maternity
No, just we are interested at where we have Keboshwa maternity ward. Kindly, Madam Governor, would you kindly read out?
That's a new block which is not even furnished.
Can you see where it is written Keboshwa maternity ward?
It was written 2 months ago. Yes, I can see.
It's okay.
Yes.
When was this? Who opened this facility?
It has not been opened yet because it has no furniture.
Is this facility functional?
It is functional as a dispensary.
As a dispensary?
Yes.
A dispensary that can take any emergency of whatever nature, correct?
No.
Yes?
Limited to services.
Limited to services?
Yes.
Let's have where, and perhaps you need an interpreter now, let's have where the women are saying that a woman delivered on the road. Let the video be played.
Chwa bagetie machokio kuma kema ndaitare nara kinyaba kwenda kunenkerwa mwana ore inala simekire kwerwa mwana keni neke sibitare.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we need an interpreter.
Can you bring the interpreter in the house? What is your issue, Senator Gloria, as we wait for the interpreter to walk in? Keep it short.
Mr. Speaker, in the interest of this House, I hate to say this, but we have been taking time out of the other team to get the interpretation and for the purposes of the visually impaired. Mr. Speaker, I don't see why now when we are saying there's a visually impaired person in the interest of time that they are getting favored to run clips without an interpreter, Mr. Speaker. I'm seeing as if there's a problem here, Mr. Speaker. So also, Mr. Speaker, they should stop badgering the witness because she should be allowed to answer the questions. She's not being allowed to answer the questions. And it's a common thing there.
Do we have the interpreter in the house? Senator Gloria, you've never registered yourself as a visually impaired senator. Proceed with the proceedings.
Kindly have the video played.
These are women from the village who are saying it is a big risk to the kid and to the mother. I came here early in the morning, that is 4 a.m., and I was going to pray, and I found women here.
I think we can stop at that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You've heard what those women are saying, correct? What are they saying?
She was going for prayers and met a woman who was crying along the road.
Yes. Proceed. Let us play.
As I was going to church, even the church I didn't have to attend, I went looking for other women from the village. During delivery, the kids were all over, and we were chasing them so that they cannot join us in the process.
Thank you. Heard what the women are saying, that they are complaining that one of them is delivering from the along the roadside, correct?
Yes.
Did it surprise you or did it catch you by surprise?
I was surprised also.
You did not get to know about it, correct?
No, I saw it on yesterday.
Thank you. And you are the chief executive of the county government of Meru, correct?
Well, we have.
You are the chief executive.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. Let us play video number 1. 1A at minute 2:42.
Wale ambao wana
Yes.
Ningependa kusema hivi. Vincent Moreri ama Supu ambaye ni key suspect hajawahi andikwa kwangu, si mfanyikazi wangu, hakuna siku amefanya kazi kwa gavana, na si mfanyikazi wa county, ni shabiki kama vile hao walio nyuma yangu ni shabiki.
Suppose that is you speaking, correct?
That's very true.
And what is the context? What is the context of your address? You are addressing about the death of Sniper, correct?
Yes.
And you are distancing yourself from that person called Supu, correct?
Yes.
And that he has never worked in your office, correct?
He has never worked in
Do you
my
still hold that preposition even this evening?
He has never worked in my office.
Thank you. Let us look at the evidence. Volume 2 of the County Assembly bundle of documents at page 430. Yes, County Assembly.
Your time is up. Council for the County Assembly, your time is up.
Yeah, that has caught us by surprise, Mr. Speaker, sir. And because this is a crucial witness, we seek your indulgence and your favor that you may grant us at least 20 more minutes so that I can also yield to my learned friends to just carry on with the rest of the...
Council for County Assembly. We have a deadline to beat. We have until midnight tonight to conclude this matter. We are not doing very well in terms of time management, and therefore I will give you 10 more minutes.
Most obliged. Let's have a look at that document. Page 430. Are you at page 430, Madam Governor? That is, we can begin at page 429. That is the information that the individuals were charged with, correct?
Yes.
Volume 2, Mr. Speaker, yes? And
Yes.
Vincent Mureithi Karemi alias Supu is one of the accused person, number 1, correct?
Yes, accused.
Is that the same Vincent at page 430? Is that the same Vincent Mureithi Karemi at 430?
Yes, yes.
And that is confirmed that it's a curriculum vitae for Mr. Mureithi Vincent, correct?
Yes.
Let's move to page 431. Yes? Can you see where it is written Vita TV?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Do you know Vita TV?
I know Vita TV.
Where does it broadcast?
From Meru.
From Meru. Do you have any association with that particular TV?
No.
You don't have. I put it to you, and then look at where we have directors. Miriam, where we have the references. Can you see the references?
Miriam Gwantai.
One of the references, correct?
Yes.
Reference to Vincent, correct?
And Father Kaberia.
And Father Kaberia. Do you know Miriam?
I know Miriam.
Who is Miriam?
A close relative.
Close relative. Relative to who?
Relative to the governor.
Relative to the governor.
Yes.
Who is she referring?
From this document, she's referring with Vincent.
Vincent.
Yes.
Yeah? Doesn't she work as your PA?
Yes, she works.
She works at as a PA, correct?
Yes.
Do you still maintain that you do not know Vincent and that Vincent does not work for you?
She doesn't work for me.
Let's go to, has she ever worked in the county government at any given time?
He has never worked with the county government of
Thank you. Let us go to page 443 of the same bundle of documents. That is a letter from the Public Service Board, correct? 443, Honorable Senators?
Yes.
And that the County Public Service Board is responsible of placement, correct?
Yes.
And that there is that letter is an internal memo, yes?
It's an internal memo.
Sent to the Meru County, from the Meru County Public Board to the Chief of Staff, correct?
Yes.
And that the Chief of Staff works under your office, correct?
Yes.
Can you see where you have serial number 1?
Yes, I can see.
Who is that?
The number one person.
Yes.
Vincent Moredi.
Vincent Moredi.
Yes.
Can you see what is written designation?
Yes.
What is she?
Assistant Director.
Assistant Director?
Governor's Press.
Governor's Press.
Yes.
Do you still maintain your preposition?
Yes.
That she doesn't work for you?
It doesn't work for me.
As I yield to my next counsel, I put it to you that you are capable and you have been a pathological lawyer who was a liar, who has always craved and hidden under the card of gender. And that you have come before this assembly to lie, and that your witnesses have always been lying, and that they have lied today. Yes?
I will prove to you now.
Did you listen to the submissions or the response of the CEC for ICT?
No.
Did you listen to that evidence?
From who? From who?
Ibrahim.
Ibrahim who?
Mutwiri.
Yes.
Did you hear him confirming that he is a man of proper standing?
Yes.
And that there has not been proved otherwise?
It has not been proved.
Madam Governor, I yield to the next council, but you shall not keep on lying. We shall not allow you to evade accountability on account of misogyny. We shall not allow you to evade accountability on account of it wasn't me. I yield.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Kawira. I will take the few minutes that are remaining. Madam Governor, in your opening statement, you said that the County Assembly defense consists of lies, correct?
Yes.
And you said that it is pure lies, correct?
Yes.
We have shown you evidence that the purported legal advice from the purported legal advisor is a lie. We have caught you lying. We have shown you further evidence that the letters that were purportedly written by the notorious county secretary but never received by the office of the clerk, but which you purport in your evidence to have been received by the office of the clerk, are also outright forgeries. We have also shown you evidence, and contrary to what you say in that video, that you don't know Vincent Moredi, a liar Supu, we've shown evidence that this person has actually worked under your office.
I know Supu, but he has never worked in my office.
Wait for the question, Madam Governor. Do you still maintain that despite all this evidence of lies and inconsistencies in your evidence, it is a county assembly that is lying?
There are no lies.
Okay. Madam Governor, there's a video, but for the benefit of time we won't play it. There's a video in your bundle of videos where you did a tour after the last impeachment proceedings. You went to Meru and you are addressing the rally from the rooftop, correct?
Yes.
Is that your best evidence of your reconciliation efforts? Is that your best available evidence?
Among the best available evidence.
Have you presented all the other evidences before this Senate?
Yes.
Where are they? Madam Governor, turn with me to page 394 of our volume 4, Honorable Speaker, volume 4. Page 394. And as you open it, open page 558 of the said volume, those two pages. Yes, show them to the Governor. And this is a recommendation, Madam Governor, I'll read and you will agree with me. On 15 and 16, this is a recommendation by the County Assembly that a sub-vote be established within the office of the Governor to provide a budget for the Deputy Governor, correct?
Yes.
And this recommendation was made to the County Treasury, correct?
Yes.
And the head of the County Treasury is Mr. Ibrahim, who testified in the morning in your favor, correct?
Yes.
At page 558, this is now the report on the Meru County Budget Appropriation Bill for number 2 of 2024. You will agree with me that the committee notes that the CCM Finance did not adhere to that resolution at number 16. That is page 558, Honorable Speaker. Correct?
Yes.
So, Madam Governor, if your evidence is that you are the foremost peacemaker, is that you have made all attempts at reconciliation, why would you allow your CEC to deny the office of the Deputy Governor a budget? If indeed you want to reconcile with the Deputy Governor and you want to reconcile with all other leaders.
The Deputy Governor doesn't have a vote, that is one. Number two, the amount allocated to the Governor is for both the Deputy Governor and the Governor.
You did not get my question. Why would you deny that office within your office still?
We've never denied that office budget.
I think, Honorable Speaker, I leave it to interpretation by the Honorable House. Honorable Speaker, I'll ask that video number 1B, bundle of videos be played. And that is my last question. 1B of the County Assembly bundle of videos. Honorable Speaker, I'll seek your indulgence to get the interpreter, the translator. And this is my last question.
It's rendered in English. Proceed.
The video can be played.
Atongeria baba barathiũrũrũkaga na mwĩrĩ jwa sniper bari biacara ene na isiasa ene bari gatigati mbeca iria bothite monka nande inkũrũkia milioni 86 turenda mwekũrwo sniper akĩrwo nyombe ngoroba turenda mwekũrwo sniper akĩrwo brando turenda na sniper.
We conclude.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Who is speaking that video, Madam Governor?
Myself.
Proceed, Counsel. Senator Gloria, you're out of order, and I'm giving you a caution.
Madam Governor, would you say in that video, the posture you have taken in that video, which is quite different from the posture you've taken in the witness stand, would you say you are sensitive to the plight of that family?
No.
You are not sensitive. You agree? Thank you. Thank you for that answer. What evidence have you placed before this Honorable House to prove or to show that indeed 86 million Kenya shillings was raised?
There's a video clip.
No, evidence of money, not a video clip. Evidence of money.
Evidence of money in the video clip.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for listening to me.
Counsel for Governor, you may re-examine. You have 5 minutes to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I will be very brief with the Governor. Madam Governor, you have been taken through a series of questions about a number of issues. Is the murder of Sniper subject of this impeachment? Has there been any accusation in the notice of motion about your involvement to the murder?
No.
Secondly, you have been asked to, or rather you've been put to task about certain employees of the county government of Meru, one of them being Vincent Morethi. Again, in the impeachment motion, is the issue of the employment of Vincent Morethi featuring anywhere in the notice of motion? Is
Not
it an accusation
anywhere.
you're facing?
Not.
Does it have any relevance in these proceedings?
It doesn't have any relevance.
Do you confirm that there is a murder trial that is taking place as we speak in respect to the unfortunate murder?
Very active one.
Thank you. You have been told about a facility within Kigocho Ward. Kindly clarify what is the status of that ward. Is it an operational maternity wing or it's not an operational maternity wing?
It is not operational. We just finished construction the other day and yet to have the furniture. so that it can start being operational.
Are you offering maternity facilities or other maternity services at the facility?
We are not offering maternity facilities there.
Thank you. Again, back to the issue of the employees of the county. How many employees do you have at the Meru County government?
6,000, almost 6,000.
Almost 6,000. Yes. Are you in charge of all these employees?
No.
Specifically, the issue of Vincent Moretti. Is he an employee of Meru County?
He is not an employee of Meru County.
Did he attempt to be an employee of Meru County?
He attempted, and then the letter was revoked just after 1 week.
By the time you're making those comments, was he an employee of Meru County government?
He was not an employee.
He was not an employee. Thank you. Finally, you've been asked about the copy of the original of the legal advisory that was offered to you by one Linda Kiome. Given a chance, would you bring it to Senate, and why haven't you brought it to Senate as we speak?
Due to time, because it was just asked a few hours ago.
The issue of production was done when you're still in the Senate? Is that your evidence? Was that request made while you're still in Senate?
Yes.
How far is Meru from where we are currently?
5 hours drive.
5 hours drive. It would then require reasonable amount of time for that to be availed in time, isn't it? Thank you very much. Finally, have you made specific responses to all the allegations that have been brought against you in this house?
Yes.
Have you supplied enough evidence to controvert every allegation against you?
Yes.
Have you brought witnesses before Senate who have talked on various issues?
Yes.
Do you stand by the evidences that they have adduced in court, in this Senate?
Yes.
Thank you. That is all for this witness, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I wish to close the governor's case at this juncture.
Thank you. Now we shall move to allow honorable senators to seek clarifications or ask questions. Now, as the honorable senators are doing that, counsel for the parties, prepare your closing statements. We are not going to take a break. Immediately, the honorable senators are done seeking clarifications, will straight away move to closing statements. Senator Mungatana Damson. We have half an hour.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just...
We have exactly half an hour to allow clarification from honorable senators, starting now. So we'll stop at 8:40.
Mr. Speaker, a quick clarification from the Honorable Governor. It is normal, Mr. Speaker, that senators and governors, because of the different roles, they have, by nature of their roles, they have differences. And so, the question I wanted to ask the governor to clarify, maybe he can explain to me and the Senate, why single out the senator for Meru, maybe just for playing his role as a senator? Is there a particular reason why he has singled him out, and yet he's just one of the senators? I mean, like all of us, we have issues with our governors. I want that clarification. Is it really true that he is causing a problem in the Meru County, or is it that he's just playing his role, his rightful role? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Governor.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Speaker and honorable senators. In this case, my senator, the Deputy Speaker of this House, I agree that he should do his oversight or any role that is given to him. But for this case, he has gone beyond in disrupting peace in Meru. One of the reasons is this. I wrote to Kadhuri Murungi requesting that the devolution committee come to Meru and try to solve our issues. And in fact, I'm not lying, but telling the truth, he denied me that chance for devolution committee to come to Meru and mend the issues in Meru. Number two, my dear Honorable Senator for Meru, as an ambition of becoming a governor, which is not wrong. It is right for him to dream to that position. But I believe that you cannot light your candle by putting off other people's candle.
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, Linda Gaki Kiome deponds that there was forgery, and in the affidavit that was circulated yesterday. I've looked at the ruling of Justice Nzioka in civil suit number 551 of 2011, and Justice Nzioka ruled that for a signature to be deemed and certified as forged, a document examiner's report must be produced. End of quote. I want to ask the governor, in the case of allegations of forgery, who bears the burden of proof? Number two, a lot of HR issues have been brought up. Could the governor tell the Senate what measures she has undertaken since she took office? Can the governor tell us whether the 500 million expenditure or growth in expenditure in the 2022-2023 financial year that was cited by the Assembly was approved in the budget, and whether the Assembly approved it? And finally, Mr. Speaker, people are dancing on the grave of Sniper, and Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate. Can the governor tell us whether she's a suspect, whether she's been taken to court, whether she's part of those who have been taken to court on suspicion or allegations of killing Sniper? Because we cannot use that innocent boy to settle political scores, and Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that all parties are choosing to dance on the grave of Sniper. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Governor.
Thank you, Speaker. For the case of being a suspect, that case, I'm not a suspect. I did not even record a statement with the police. They came, did the investigations, and left. For the issue of 2023 approval, the approval for this year, the Assembly has not approved. We still have issues with the budget. The Waziri for Finance elaborated about the issue we have with the Assembly. And for the document that Leader Kiome said it was forgery, I think the forensic investigation should take course and give us an answer for, because I'm not a forensic investigator. Neither this House, I don't think this House has the powers to know if the document is forged or not, unless we take to the examiner.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Honorable Senator, I think actually the governor has said that the Committee of Revolution tried to intervene the issue between her and the Assembly. That's very true. However, there was no one time, I want to put the record straight, there was no one time the Deputy Speaker of this House said that we cannot go to Meru or have a reconciliation with anybody. We did meet, a team went there, led by the Vice Chair of the Committee of Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. They met Her Excellency the Governor. They also talked to the Speaker of the Assembly and the Assembly members. However,
clarification, Senator, because your time is running.
Okay.
And the mic will go off.
I just want to put the record. But we did not succeed because the Assembly that time was going to retreat. And as I said, that is actually why we could not be able to meet the two of them. However, we tried again, and the Deputy Governor, when we were going there,
there was an issue in Meru, we could not go back again. I want to put that record straight, Your Excellency. Your
Senator Omtata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. A lot turns on this issue because some of us have been wondering why there has been no intervention in these matters of Meru by the Senate before we come to be treated to this theater of the absurd. And I would like confirmation from maybe the Secretariat whether it is true or not that the Meru governor sought the intervention of the committee.
You should seek clarification from the witness, not from the Secretariat.
But they said they wrote to this house. The witness has alleged it. The only person who can defend is the Secretariat.
No, the Secretariat is not on trial.
It's not, but now...
Senator Omtata, if you don't have any clarification that you're seeking from the governor.
Okay.
Please.
The governor, to whom did you address the letter that sought the intervention of this house in the Committee of Devolution in the affairs of Meru?
Thank you, Speaker. I wrote to the Committee of Devolution, which is led by the chairperson, Senator Abbas, and the senator who has just spoken before Mtata. I've agreed that indeed I tried to call them to Meru so that they can intervene.
Very well. Senator Oroba.
I have two clarifications. You have alleged that one of the interference that you have, the political interference, is by the Deputy Speaker, Senator Kathuri. Is this the only person? Because I would like to know if you're saying that this impeachment is being pushed by Senator Kathuri, or who are the other politicians behind it. I would also want to know if in those politicians there is any woman who is also trying to get impeached. My other clarification is the issue of the hospital. The CEC, do you have a CEC of health? And if you have a CEC of health, has the county, have the MCAs tried to impeach the CEC, because there is an actual clause in the Constitution for removal of a CEC, because the duty of care of the Ministry of Health actually falls under the CEC, yet they are jumping the CEC and going straight to the governor to impeach. I would like that clarification.
Thank you, Senator. Indeed, I have CEC held. The County Assembly of Meru has never tried to impeach the CEC held. That is the position. About the political interference in Meru, there are so many other people who believe that they should not be led by a woman, and that's why you see them gathering together and then trying to politicize the issue of a young family to bring me down. There's a tradition in Meru that they should not be led by a woman. I want to say categorically that the chair of the interference, or the person who interferes most, is the Deputy Speaker of this House. The rest, I don't see if it's good for me to mention them in absentia.
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just need to seek some clarification from the Governor. Madam Governor, in your bundle of submissions, and I'd asked this question earlier on, there seems to be a lot of letters back and forth from your office to the Assembly seeking for particular members to be confirmed in particular boards. Can you tell us whether those letters, as alleged, are fake, are forgery, or those letters are indeed letters that you've sent to the Assembly and were either ignored by the Assembly or they were responded to? And finally, can you just tell us whether there is any form of cooperation, harmony between you and the Assembly of Meru? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Governor.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Speaker. Indeed, I've tried to engage the County Assembly of Meru by giving the names for the board, but unfortunately, they have been ignored throughout.
Senator Mofire.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I want some clarification from the governor. I happen to be a neighbor to the governor, and of late I have witnessed influx of patients from Meru County to Tharaka County seeking medical attention. I would request to know from the governor, maybe there could be some breakdown in any of the facilities in Meru County, as alluded in that video we have just witnessed before us. But Honorable Speaker, recently we have witnessed a national reconciliation which was being executed by His Excellency the President, because we had some national crisis that called for a broad-based engagement, and then when the country is at peace. One would want to know from the governor, why has it taken us close to 2 years without managing just 69 MCAs to sit down and work for Meru people?
Thank you, Senator, for reconciliation. As I said earlier, I've tried my best to reconcile the leaders. The Mwananchi has no problem at all, apart from the few elected leaders who have some issues. But I sat with Njori, as I said. I sat with the members of Parliament. I sat with the CS, the former CS Agriculture. I sat with the Assembly leadership. The only person that would not have a chance is the Deputy Speaker of this House. There is a lot of progress, because when I was here the first time, I had only one MCA. Then for the second impeachment, I had 9 of them. Now I have 23 MCAs on my side. To me, that's a great progress in mind of the political interferences that have been going on and the intimidation of county assembly members by the same leaders. I've tried my best, and I believe as I continue, more will come on board, because I'm doing a lot of civic education also to show the community that they should not disregard the leadership of a woman just because she's a woman or the tradition says so. About the hospital in Meru County, Senator Mofire, most of our patients come from Tharaka to Meru General Hospital. They don't come from Meru to Tharaka, but Tharaka to Meru. Thank you.
Senator Majayo.
Asante Bwana Spika. Swali langu Gavana Kawira, swali langu ni kuhusikana na yule mshauri wako kwa mambo ya kisheria. Yule mama alikuwa anaitwa Linda Gakikiome. Nataka kuuliza swali moja tu. Ulimwandika kazi wakati huo akiwa mshauri wako wa mambo ya sheria tariki 28 mwezi wa 3 mwaka wa 23, na mwaka mmoja kamili tarehe 26 mwezi wa 3 mwaka 24 ulimpatia barua ya kumwisha kazi ama kumwambia kwamba unataka awache kazi. Nataka kuuliza, je, baina ya wewe na yeye kulikuwa na kukosana, ama kulikuwa na taabu fulani, ama kulikuwa na kutoelewana fulani ndio sababu akasema kwamba yeye si alikuwa ameandika ile barua, bali ni kwamba wewe ulikuwa umefanya ile, pengine si wewe lakini ile barua iliyoandikwa si wewe uliyetia mkono wako kidole? Nataka kujua hiyo tu.
Asante sana Senator. Ningependa kusema ya kwamba nilipotoka hapa wakati wa impeachment ya kwanza, na Senate kaniambia ya kwamba nitafute njia ya kufanya kazi pamoja na hata watu ambao ni wa vyama vingine. Nilimtafuta leader ambaye alikuwa naibu gavana wa Rintore wakati wa kutafuta uongozi. Nikamwambia tufanye kazi kwa pamoja, na ninaamini wakati nilimtafuta sikuwa na moyo mbaya. Hakuwa amenikampenia, hatukuwa tunajuana, lakini kwa sababu nilikuwa nataka kuleta nyumba yote pamoja na kuleta Wameru pamoja, nikamchukua huyo hata kama alikuwa mpinzani wangu. After 1 year alikuwa na kazi nyingi sana, maana ni wakili na alikuwa anafanya kazi zake, kwa hivyo kupatikana ilikuwa ngumu. Number 2, kulikuwa na wakati walikuwa wanafanya LSK, sijui kutafuta viti upande huo, akawa hapatikani kabisa. Nikamuita kwa ofisi yangu, tukaongea. Nikamwambia kwa sababu Meru kuna changamoto nyingi na kuna mambo mengi ambayo yanahitaji advisory. Nikamwambia kuja uwe karibu na mimi, akaniambia hapatikani. Ndio basi nikamwambia kama upatikani na kuna maneno mengi ambayo yanapaswa uhusishwe, naomba tu, na tukakubaliana ya kwamba yeye mwenyewe atatoka kwa hiari yake, lakini baadaye alikataa, na nikaona ni vyema nitafute mtu mwingine ama nimsimamishe kazi ndio Meru iweze kuendelea vizuri. Sina ubaya wowote na yeye.
Senator Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need clarification on Madam Governor. This is the 3rd impeachment on your side. As what is difference from the other 2 than the other one? And again, if there is any difference from the other 2 which has been already done, how? The second one is about the maternity ward. If at all, if it is not equipped, why is it labeled? And if you have labeled it and there's delivery outside there, it means there is demand. What have you taken? The action you have took when you have saw there's delivery outside there. Thank you.
Governor.
Asante sana. The labeling of the maternity was just done less than a month ago. We had anticipated that we will have equipment so that we can have the maternity wing functional, but due to the budget constraint, we did not make it for the last 1 month. And I believe in the coming maybe 2-3 weeks, the maternity will be ready for use. My Waziri for Health visited the place and other places because we have more than 230 health facilities in Meru, that being one of them. Of course, I can agree that we have small issues, but we are still, as a government, looking at how we will improve everything to see that the mwananchi is happy.
Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 questions to the Governor. Madam Governor, one of your key witnesses, Honorable Kawira, confessed on record and under oath that he and a group of other members of the County Assembly of Meru, on their own motion, converted themselves into economic saboteurs, that they sat down and conspired to sabotage the economy of the county government of Meru. At what point did you get to know about this admission of crime? And as the governor of Meru, did you report this matter to police with a criminal offense? Secondly, Madam Governor, I want to get your appreciation of the impeachment process. Do you appreciate it as a legal constitutional process that the Assembly should take as part of its business and facilitated by the Assembly, or is it a personal initiative by people who have a grudge against their governor? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Governor.
Thank you, Senator. I've not reported any economic sabotage to the police because this is kind of political, which is fueled by external forces to sabotage my administration and also the good work that I do. And I want also the honorable senators of this house to know that the real mwananchi kwa ground has no issues about the way I run Meru County. It's only a few class of leaders that have sworn that I will never have peace in that county. They must keep me busy with other things because of 2027 politics. There is nothing more or big than more. It's only 2027 politics that is being played by the MCAs who are used by the political class or political leaders across Meru County. About the personal initiative,
Are you done, Governor?
Yes.
Okay. Senator Joyce Correa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My question to the Governor is the efforts that she has put in place, especially on the third impeachment, and the relations that she has with the rest of the governors, especially on the matters, this impeachment and the stability of the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I've made a lot of efforts from the last impeachment. One is by providing to the honorable MCAs of Meru County the ward fund that, or the ward project to every ward to the tune of 33 million per ward. Number two is involving them to be part and parcel of my tours to the ground so that at least they can assist in participating and knowing what is ailing the community for us to work together. The relationship about myself and other leaders, especially the governors, is good. I have no issues with the other leaders, apart from few leaders from Meru County.
Senator Hamida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Governor, just wondering, is dissolving the county way to go? Because looking at the relations you have with the county assembly, and I'm also wondering, they have called you all names. They have called you a mad person. They said the impeachment of the governor is their business. So what is the way forward? And also, is there anything working in the county? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Everything in the county is working apart from politics. In terms of development, Meru County has been ranked among the 5 best performing counties in Kenya. We have no issues with even absorbing the budget. We have been ranked with 79%. That means that Mwananchi is getting services. Mwananchi is very happy about the leadership. Mwananchi is very happy about the progress that we are doing as the government of Meru, apart from the few political leaders who want to show that filthy picture to the country that there is something wrong. Dissolving the county, honorable senators, this is the mandate that is rested upon you. I cannot dissolve it on my own unless, I don't think I have powers to do so, but this honorable house has powers. I think the president also has the powers to do so. But I said earlier, we have young men and women as MCAs in Meru. Those who are not in the madness of political issues. They participated in the elections, won in different ones. They have just been in office for 2 years, remaining 3 years. They did their best to be leaders in respective ones. We will be doing justice to a person who has no issues with Meru politics. Will there be any justice to the governor who ran the whole county as an independent governor and won the position against 2 bigwigs and against the tradition of Meru that says that we should not have a woman as a leader? As I speak, honorable senators, in Meru, we have only one elected lady who comes from my place. Out of the 45 elected MCAs, we have only one. Meru has never elected a leader at the national level. We get all the nomination slots and no election to women. I think the other way about or to solve this issue is to do a lot of civic education to Meru so that people can understand and embrace the leadership of women. That is the only issue in Meru. For development, we are doing well. For absorption of the budget, we are doing well. Mwananchi is very happy.
Thank you, Governor. You're now repeating yourself. Senator Veronica.
Honorable Governor, assume that the impeachment proceedings do not succeed and you went back to Meru to continue with your task as a governor. Do you see possibility of ever reconciling and being able to give development to people of Meru, or will you be back here, will be brought back here by the politics that are causing all this trouble in Meru? Is there a possibility? And have you been able to do any projects in the course of all these squabbles and fights?
Thank you, Senator. With all these fights in Meru County, I've been able to do a lot of projects. We've done kilometers and kilometers of road in Meru County. We've done major dams in Meru County. We've done a big rehabilitation center in Meru County. We have renovated, equipped more than 50 healthy facilities in Meru County. We've done more than 31 equipped boreholes in Meru County. We've done and brought up the ECD program for the ECD kids in 777 primary schools in Meru County. We've done a lot in terms of development, apart from the interferences.
Governor, that is not the question. You've been asked, assuming for purposes of just this argument, assuming you go back to Meru, the verdict is you go back to Meru. With whatever you've explained, the toxic political environment, will you still be able to deliver anything, or you'll be brought back here? That is the question that the senator.
Thank you, Senator. I don't believe in coming back here again, Honorable Speaker. This is because there is a lot of progress from 1 MCA to 9 to 23, and I believe by the next coming 2 months, I will have around 40 on my side. There is a lot of progress since I left this Senate.
Senator Mogeni.
Hello, Governor. Linda Gaki Kiome, you gave notice of termination 26th of March 2024. How did she take it? And how is your relationship with Linda Gaki Kiome? Is it cordial? Do you talk? Is there any vendetta against either of you? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. She did not take it lightly. She took me to court. There is a live case in court, High Court Meru. I don't think she was happy about it. The working relationship since then isn't good.
Now, honorable senators, we have to terminate that session. The 30 minutes allocated to this session has long been spent. Governor, you may retire to your seat.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We are now going to move to the closing statements. And the first team to proceed to make their closing statement is the team from the County Assembly. So, Council for County Assembly, you may proceed to make your closing statement for not more than 60 minutes.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir. We'll have Mr. Murioki taking the first 20 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Eric Murioki. I will take the first 20 minutes of our closing argument. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable members of the Senate, when the story of devolution in Kenya is told or is written, the members of the 3rd County Assembly of Meru will be remembered fondly as champions of devolution who, without compromise or favor, exercise their oversight role, champion for accountability, transparency, and good governance by holding the person accused before you to account for every transgression. These members of the 3rd County Assembly have performed their oversight duty even when it was inconvenient to do so, even when it was not fashionable, despite several and serious challenges, including threats to their lives and their families, as you heard the testimony of the attempted torching of the Assembly. Mr. Speaker, sir, the MCAs, the elected representatives of Meru County, have told this honorable House time and time again that there is a problem in Meru. In 2022, the MCAs were before this House when the governor, barely a few months after being sworn in, had opened war fronts against members of the County Assembly through vilification campaigns, against the church, against elected leaders in the county. And back then, during the first impeachment process, the governor was offered invaluable pieces of advice by the members of this House who were in the select committee that was investigating the matter. And indeed, the governor vowed to become the foremost peacemaker in Meru. This vow was short-lived, and in 2023, the governor found herself again before this House, answering to other charges, having opened more war fronts, including now her own deputy, by encouraging and condoning junior officers to undermine and insult that deputy governor. She was at war with the members of Parliament from Meru. She was at war with the Council of Elders, with the Senator of Meru, and other leaders, as the record of this House will reflect. Now, the governor has fallen out with her own secretary of the County Public Service Board. And perhaps inspired by getting away with her actions twice, the governor has now become so bold in her violations of the law to the extent that she has personally, under her own signature, purported to dismiss the secretary of the County Public Service Board in clear and gross violation of sections 58 and 59 of the County Government Act and in usurpation of the powers of the Assembly. Although the governor terms what she did as revocation, she has failed when put to task to point to any provision of the law that allows this thing called revocation. Mr. Speaker, sir, for purposes of putting the record straight in this House, once a member of the Public Service Board, or the County Public Service Board, is appointed in accordance with the County Government Act, Section 58, the process of removing that member is as is provided in Section 58(5) of the County Governments Act and upon the grounds that are set out in Article 251 of the Constitution. And despite being advised by her own chairperson of the County Public Service Board, the governor proceeded to purport to revoke the appointment of Ms. Virginia Kawira Mereti, who is now only in office pursuant to a court order. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, surely it cannot be, or at least it cannot honestly be, that everybody else is a problem in Meru. It cannot be that it is the MCAs that are the problem. It cannot be that it is the church which is a problem. It cannot be that it is the elected leaders that are the problem. It cannot be that it is her own deputy that is a problem, and now the County Public Service Board. Mr. Speaker, sir, during previous proceedings before this House, the governor blamed her misdeeds or whatever went wrong in the county on two officers, the chief of staff and the county secretary, in her famously infamous defense of "it wasn't me." However, when the county assembly made recommendations that the governor institutes disciplinary measures, including dismissal, against these officers that she blamed for things going wrong in the county, she refused to implement this recommendation. A fair-minded and reasonable person, honorable senators, must therefore conclude that the governor has been acting through those officers, or that they have been violating the law and the Constitution with her blessing and under her patronage. On one hand, the governor tells you in her defense that the violations of the law she is being accused of are occasioned by others. It is the county secretary, it is the chief of staff, and that those others should be called to answer those violations. But then, on the other hand, the governor proceeds to tell you that the county assembly has no powers to recommend that the governor should take action against these very officers that she blames for those violations. Surely, honorable senators, the governor cannot have it both ways. Article 185(3) of the Constitution of Kenya empowers the county assembly to exercise oversight over the county executive. And one of the measures of oversight is to recommend removal from office of these officers that the governor herself has previously pointed at and blamed for violations of the law. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, when you retire to make your determination, remember, it is not the MCA's word against the governor's. No, it is the governor's own words and actions against the legal and constitutional requirements of good governance and integrity. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, you have heard in videos number 1A of the County Assembly and 1B, the governor, in her own words, tell a dangerous lie that 86 million shillings was collected for the burial of the deceased sniper, a fact she very well knew to be false. And when put to task to prove those statements, she has failed. In cross-examination, the governor states that the only evidence that she has of 86 million is a video, which video has not even been shown to this House. Mr. Speaker, sir, you heard the young widow that stood here, Irene, tell you that as a result of the governor's lies, she has not only been ostracized by the community, but has also become a target because people think she has 86 million that she is holding on to. Honorable Senators, let me remind you that the evidence of the young widow was unchallenged. Not a single question was put to her in cross-examination by the governor. And the inference here must be that she was telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, to the extent that her testimony could not be challenged. Honorable Senators, words spoken by leaders mean something, or at least they ought to. Words spoken by leaders have real consequences. A leader of the stature of a governor telling such a lie to the public has led to such disastrous consequences, as you heard the witness testify here, that she can't even live in a matrimonial home. Honorable Senators, that cannot be taken as anything else other than gross misconduct. Article 73 of the Constitution of Kenya does not leave any room for a public officer to make such misleading utterances to the public, endangering the lives of others and bringing dishonor and disrepute to the office that she occupies. And such misleading claims are also in gross violation of Section 19 of the Public Officer Ethics Act. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, you heard the governor in cross-examination admit here that her conduct was insensitive to the family. This pattern of lying to the public that the governor engaged in, she did so while paying full salary and benefits to one of the persons accused of murder of Sniper. Christas Kiambi Manyara is a communications officer in the office of the governor. It is not in doubt that he was charged on the 29th of February, 2024, and it is not in doubt that he continued to receive his full salary and benefits, as evidenced by the payslips produced in, among others, page 392 and 393 of volume 2 of the County Assembly documents. Mr. Speaker, sir, in that pattern of lying, the governor says in a video that she does not know this person, who is a main suspect called Vincent Mureithi. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, documents have proven that this person was employed as a deputy director of the governor's press, and that one of his referees, in the governor's own words, is the governor's sister, who is also her PA. You will find this person's letters of appointment in pages 445 to 452 of volume 2. This is a person that the governor denied having any knowledge of. Honorable senators, it cannot be a coincidence that this outspoken activist who criticized the governor was murdered just a few weeks after the second impeachment motion. It cannot be a coincidence that the people accused and charged are so close to the governor by her own admission. Honorable senators, moving on, as a result of the governor's breach of the law and court orders, the county of Meru has suffered financial losses, including being slapped with costs of 3 million shillings, and this house can confirm the same from the decree of the court produced in pages 162 and 163 of volume 2. Honorable senators, the Auditor General's report identifies that the management of Meru County is headed by the governor, And this is in line with Article 179(4), which identifies the governor as the chief executive of the county assembly. And the Auditor General's report flags breaches of the law by the management by including other things: irregular payments, excessive wage bill, use of the manual payroll, which compromises transparency and accountability, and this can be confirmed from pages 344 to 347 of our volume 2. Honorable Senators, the use of the manual payroll, according to the Auditor General, has led to a loss of 102.9 million. Honorable Senators, the Governor has refused or failed to appoint chairpersons of various boards in Meru County, and therefore these boards cannot be said to be legally constituted. Even when the Governor purportedly forwarded names of nominees to these boards, she failed to forward accompanying information or clarification sought, as is required by the Public Appointments County Assemblies Approval Act, Sections 4 and 6. Honorable Senators, you have been treated, or at least attempts have been made to treat this House to theatrics by the Governor and her legal team, who, in attempts to deflect the attention of this House from the Governor's violations of the law, have resorted to the stories of gender and other irrelevancies, which are not a sufficient defense or explanation to any of the violations in the impeachment motion. Honorable Senators, as the Governor claimed that she illegally revoked the appointment of the CEO of the Public Service Board based on advice from an unnamed legal advisor. The person who was serving as the legal advisor to the Governor at the time in question came here, testified. Came here and testified that the internal memo dated 23rd February was a forgery. She saw an affidavit that was presented to this House. Honorable Senators, the said memo bears no name, and there can be no clearer indication than this that it is indeed a forgery. In the opening remarks by the Governor's Council, this House was told that the Assembly is lying, and in fact the words used were that the Assembly is made of pathological liars who have believed their own lies. In view of this forged memo, I therefore ask this Honorable House, and I invite the Senators to ask, who is lying? The same Governor who accuses this Assembly, the County Assembly, of lying, is caught forging that internal memo. A ruling was made this morning that she should deliver the original memo. She has failed to do so. The Governor, in the same pattern of lies, stands here and tells you that she has 23 MCAs supporting her. The impeachment motion, a cursory look will tell you it was signed by 49 MCAs. And simple math tells you that 49 plus 23 is 72. Yet, shockingly, the County Assembly of Meru has only 69 MCAs. So it cannot be true that the Governor has 23 MCAs supporting her. The Supreme Court in the Sonko case was categorical that there is no obligation in impeachment proceedings to prove each and every charge, and this means that even one charge substantiated should suffice. In that case, Honorable Senators, guidance was offered that impeachment proceedings are quasi-judicial in nature and are not in the nature of criminal proceedings. They don't necessarily require that criminal culpability should be proven to succeed. All that is required is that these allegations be substantiated. This word substantiate, what does it mean? It simply means to provide evidence. It does not necessarily mean to prove beyond reasonable doubt. It means that there must be substance in those allegations. that they have been proven to have substance. Honorable Senators, as I conclude, the evidence presented before this House cannot be trivialized to statistical count as an attempt was made in cross-examination of the mover. The gender card cannot be used to escape accountability. It is not a carte blanche or a shield to commit impunity. It is not about being female or male. It is about violations of the law and the Constitution. Honorable Senators, finally, in paragraph 7 of the Governor's response, that is volume 1 of the Governor's document, she seems to suggest that the county government of Meru should be dissolved. I call on this House to reflect on the words of the Bible in the book of Matthew, chapter 18, verses 8 to 9, and to paraphrase the words of Jesus Christ as he was teaching the people then: if your hand or your foot makes you sin, cut it off and throw it away. For it is better to enter the kingdom of heaven maimed or lame than to be thrown to everlasting fire with both feet and hands. There is no cause for dissolution of Meru County. The problem is the governor, and Meru can be saved by removing the governor from office, as the Constitution empowers the County Assembly and this Honorable House to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Senators, and I pray that you will find that the charges against the governor have been substantiated, and I pray that in keeping with the motto of this Honorable House, for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, including the people of Meru, that you will do the right thing and send Governor Kawira Mwangaza home. Thank you. I invite my senior, Mr. Ndegwa, to conclude our closing.
Thank you very kindly. I must begin by conveying the apology on the part of the County Assembly for having to engage this distinguished assembly in all these processes. It is not out of the own making of the County Assembly. It is a call of necessity. Necessity has dictated that we must come before you as and when time and situations and circumstances arise. A situation has arisen where we have to come before you, honorable members of the Senate, to ask you to do your noble thing of exercising oversight over the county government of Meru. I have time and again put it on record that the County Assembly of Meru and the people of Kenya have a lot of confidence in the manner in which this House conducts its business. It's on that basis, therefore, that we have been able to appear before you severally, seeking and pleading for only one thing: that justice be done in the county government of Meru. And what justice are we looking for, honorable members? We are looking for justice of that particular person who is not able to access services, courtesy of bad governance. What justice are we looking for? We are looking for justice of that child we saw who was born on a karai, that child who cannot speak, that child whose fate is not even determined. And when the governor is put to task, says, I have just been made aware. How would you take that governor to be a responsible person? How would you take that person to be a person who is capable of enhancing good governance, delivery of services? How is it that she was not aware that that hospital is not functional? How is it that she is not aware that that hospital or dispensary has a functional maternity wing? She takes no bother to confirm why the hospital was not functional as at then. Even having been made aware as at yesterday, she still says, I am not aware. Is that the governor who is capable of running the county? Is it really the mistake of the part of the county assembly? Or is it the county assembly being invited by the misconduct and the misdeeds of the governor? Can the county assembly of Meru County sit pretty and watch things go south? Isn't it their responsibility to exercise oversight over the performance of the county government? Are they wrong when they invite the Senate to help and assist and facilitate the operationalization of the oversight function? That is all what we are asking for. That is all what we are asking for. If we were in the UK setup, this house qualifies to be the House of Lords. It's a House of Lords because it's capable of determining where the truth is and where the lie is. Evidence has been led from the county assembly. Grounds were approved by the mover of the impeachment that it is true the governor has transgressed and violated the constitution. When she was put to task to explain the circumstances that led to the revocation of that CEO, she simply said, "It wasn't me." And how can it be that the governor can be allowed to get away with a forgery? Isn't it a criminal case in the first instance? And who has a burden of proof? The person who claims that the signature was forged appeared before the Senate. Her evidence was put through test by cross-examination, and clarification and verification was sought by the members of the Senate. Who then is lying? Is it Linda Kiome, or is it the governor? Can the governor be trusted? Put to task and granted an opportunity to bring even the original advisory, she simply said it was seated somewhere in Meru. Unfortunately, she mistook where the place of the trial. The place of the trial is not in Meru, it's before this Senate. Is that a conduct that is consistent with innocence? If she was innocent, if there was not forgery, why was it so difficult for her just to bring that one letter? Why could resources not be committed to make sure that as and when she was made aware that that is an issue, that a letter could not be procured 180 kilometers away from the place of the trial? What is she concealing? What is she hiding? Is she hiding scrutiny? Is that conduct again consistent with an innocent man or innocent woman? I urge you, honorable senators, to find it in our favor that we have proved that particular ground. That the letter that was meant, that the advisory that was meant to rebut our evidence in respect to ground one is a document that is a forgery. In the case of Philomena Mwilu, the Deputy Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, it was held that evidence that is tainted with illegality, it cannot be admitted. The admissibility of that evidence is in question. And having read the case of Wombora in the Civil Appeal number 21 of 2014, the Court of Appeal suggests that this is a quasi-judicial process. And it being a quasi-judicial process, the rules of evidence plays a fundamental role in the manner in which the admissibility of document is concerned. I sought leave of this House to have the document placed on record. They took no initiative. Why? Because they wanted to conceal the lie. They wanted to conceal the offense of perjury. They could not withstand the embarrassment that a signature was lifted. It matters not whether the governor is an IT guru. It matters not whether she is techno-savvy. It matters that a document was brought before you that is as a result of a forgery. We seek that you find it in our favor, that that particular ground was not defended, it was not controverted, and that the ground suffices to meet the test laid down under Article 81 as read together with Section 33 of the County Government Act. And then what is the threshold in terms of that particular charge? The threshold is that of, it lies between balance of probability and beyond reasonable doubt. That is what the case of Governor Wambora stated, that we are not supposed to prove. The burden of proof is not beyond reasonable doubt. It's not beyond reasonable doubt because this is not a criminal trial. And that distinguishes the case from the case that was quoted by Senator Kajwang, that this is not a criminal trial to seek the county assembly to prove the case beyond reasonable doubt to the extent of seeking the intervention of a forensic document examiner. It's on balance of probability. Whom should we believe? Who should we believe? Is it the person who has committed serious transgressions? Is it the person who is not in touch with the county? Is it the person who is in war with all the leaders in the particular in the entire county? Is it the person who is not even in good terms with his senator? Whom should we believe? Should we not believe leader? What personal vendetta would leader be having? She is not vying for a seat of governor. It matters not that whether she was a running mate to the previous candidate or not, but it matters that an offense was committed. We urge you, honorable senators, to find that that in revoking the appointment of CPA Virginia Kawira, Governor Kawira violated the Constitution. She violated Article 10 of the Constitution on the question of the rule of law. She violated Article 27 on the equality before the law and the equal benefits of the law, that Virginia was not subjected to equal protection and equal benefit of the law under Article 27. She equally violated Article 50, that she was not given a fair trial or a fair opportunity to defend her case. When put to task, she attempts to become a linguistic, to purport to differentiate between removal and revocation. When called to task to read the provisions of Section 58 and Section 59 of the County Government Act, honorable senators, she simply could not distinguish. At the end of the day, whether a revocation or a dismissal, it never followed the due process. The county assembly was never involved. It violated that particular provision. And for that reason, Governor Kawira must take responsibility. Taking responsibility is not an act of cowardice. It's not an act of weakness. It's an act of saying, yes, I was wrong. It's an act of admitting when somebody is wrong. And that is what Article 10 speaks about, the question of accountability. And that is what Article 73, which Governor Kawira has violated, speaks about. Article 73, honorable senators, speaks about a person who holds the office of a governor or any other office in the Republic of Kenya, breathing confidence in that particular office. When Governor Kawira lies blatantly, openly to the whole world that she was able to procure an advisory opinion, who can believe her? Is she breathing confidence in that particular office? Should she not be held to account? Is she not bringing that office to disrepute? Honorable senators, we submit that that particular charge has been sufficiently proved. On the question of the appointment of the chairpersons, again, we prove that we have been able to dispose of our burden of not proving this allegation beyond reasonable doubt, but on balance of probability, that yes, Governor Kawira has crippled the operations of the Meru County by blatantly failing and ignoring and or neglecting to execute her functions as a chief executive of Meru County. That amounted to the violation of Section 4 of the Public Appointments Act, in that requires when the governor is bestowed with the responsibility of a duty to follow the provisions of the law. Can she be acquitted? How many times is Governor Kawira going to commit transgressions and get away with it? How many times? When she gets away with the transgressions, where do we leave the people of Meru County? Do the people of Meru County equally deserve justice? Should there not be a balance between the people of Meru County? Where should the balance lie? How should the balance swing? In whose favor is the balance swinging? I suggest and propose and submit that the balance swings in favor of the people of Meru County. They deserve justice before this house. They are crying out for justice. They are looking upon you to dispense with justice. And there cannot be justice by sending Governor Kawira back to Meru. The only justice that can be served, I suggest, is telling her you have failed in your duties, you've neglected in your duties, you have violated the Constitution, you do not know what the Constitution dictates. Remember, she swore to defend this Constitution, but she is one of the greatest transgressors of the same document that she's seeking solace and reprieve from. Honorable Senators, Governor Kawira has come before you with dirty hands. She deserves no favor. She deserves no kindness. She deserves no kindness before this particular house, before this Senate. She has come to you with dirty hands. She is not even remorseful that a toddler was born in a Karai when there is just an adjacent health facility. There will be no any other reason for sending Governor Kawira home, please remember the fate of that particular child. Remember the fate of that particular mother who got embarrassed on that particular day. Remember the interpretation that was done, that men and women had to make sure that young children do not go near that naked woman to see her nakedness. How many embarrassments will this house be treated to? Isn't that something that we need all to take cognizance of? Was that video proving failure of service delivery? Who is responsible of delivering those services if it is not Governor Kawira, who has proved on oath that she has failed? Who else should we hold accountable? Who else should we hold accountable? Should she even be allowed to hide behind the cultural card? She has said and submitted that it's the culture of the Meru people to become and to look down upon women. I believe honorable senators who are present before this honorable house, including the senator of Meru, is a family man. There must be a woman in that particular house. If the senator is a misogynist, how does he live with his wife in his house? How does he live with his daughters in his house? If it is true the people of Meru are masculine, how do they multiply and perpetuate the Meru generation? That is a blatant lie. She shouldn't be allowed to hide behind issues that are not founded either in law or in fact. She must be told it's now time for you to go. She must be told, we have given you 2 opportunities, you have failed to reform. She must be told, the Senate has listened to you severally, but you have failed to conform. She cannot conform, she will not conform, she will not reform because she is not a reformist. She does not understand the story of a reformist. Or what she understands, as indicated in her submissions and evidence, is that the county government, the county assembly is telling the story of the single story. Which other single story have we told the Senate other than the single story of the violations of the Constitution? Which other single story have we told this House other than the story of the suffering of the people of Meru County? That is a single story. We have no other story. It's a single story of the suffering of the people of Meru County. They are craving upon you, honorable senators, to save them. They are craving upon you to save them from all these blatant violations. On the question of refusal to implement the recommendations by the County Assembly, you might want to ask yourself, why the failure? It was not a coincidence. It is by design, because it's the conduit between the governor, the chief of staff, and the county secretary. That web must be in existence for Governor Kawira to exist. That is why it was impossible for her to implement the report recommended by the County Assembly. Those are her conduits. If you find any mismanagement, any embezzlement, any failure of good governance, look at that web. It must be maintained for Governor Kawira to continue transgressing the county. It must be maintained for Governor Kawira to continue perpetuating the suffering of people of Meru. Why is it so difficult for her to implement that report? Why is it difficult for her to see that there was necessity for her to implement that report as recommended by an equal arm of her government? The answer is one. She needs that network for her to perpetuate illegalities that she's perpetuating currently in Meru County. When put to task whether the reports and why they were not implemented, she simply said they were not sent to me. Evidence was led that yes, they were submitted to her, they were received in her office, and she blatantly refused to act to it. Why? I think and submit that she does not understand the weight behind accountability. She does not understand the weight behind transparency. She does not understand the reason why there is a rule of law in this country. Count 2 on misconduct. Yes, she acknowledged that she made those particular statements. She said, yes, she made those statements about the 86 million. She acknowledged misleading the people. She acknowledged that there was not only one account and that whatever she was saying was falsehood. If a leader cannot be held account for the statement that they make, then where is this country going? We must tell the current generation and the future generation that it is important to speak the truth, that it is important to stick to the way of the truth. That is what is right, that is what is just. Did Governor Kawira maintain the path of truth? Did she stick to the path of truth? Did she do what is right in the circumstances? We submit that she willingly veered away from the path of truth. The evidence of the window, and may he rest in peace, was never tested. None of them cross-examined that lady. Her evidence went uncontroverted. Is it usual for a defense counsel not to test the veracity of the evidence of a witness who is putting up a case, and a serious case such as this one? It is not usual. They only knew that they have nothing to cross-examine that lady on, and that whatever she said is therefore truth. And as such, we submit that Article 10 again was proved which speaks to values of and principles of governance. Among them, the value of good governance, the value of integrity, the value of accountability, the value of transparency. How can a person lead a county if she has a deficit of integrity, if she has a deficit of accountability, if she has a deficit of transparency, if she cannot respect the rule of law? How can she lead the county? The county performance is premised on the laws. It's premised on the rule of law. If she does not respect that rule of law, is she then worth her salt? Look at Article 73 of the Constitution. It's paramount when seeking to establish whether or not this allegation has been substantiated. It speaks about the authority assigned to a state officer. It speaks about public trust must be exercised in a manner that is consistent and demonstrate respect for the people. Does that video and the conduct that was exhibited before this assembly demonstrate respect for the people? Does it bring honor to the nation and the dignity to the office of the governor? Does it promote confidence, public confidence in the integrity of that office? We submit that the conduct exhibited by the governor, through the evidence of the witness that was not controverted, flies over the face of Article 73, and that does not breathe confidence, it does not demonstrate respect for the people, it does not indicate integrity, it does not bring honor to that office. If she cannot honor that office, why should she hold it? If she cannot honor that office, why should he keep it? If she cannot honor that office and she has no dignity for it, why should she keep it? Honorable Senators, I urge you to find it that that provision has been proved and has been substantiated. On the question of paying Kiambi's Christas Manyara, it must be remembered that she has admitted on oath that this Kiambi Crispas is a person who works in the office of the county governor. She has admitted on oath that evidence has been led that he is one of those people who are accused for the murder of and the slaying of Sniper. Put to task why he continued to earn his full salary while still in custody for 6 months. She simply said, "It wasn't me." When will Governor Kawira learn to be responsible? When will she ever learn to own up for a mistake that is so glaring such as this one? She takes no cognizance that money was spent unlawfully. She takes no cognizance of the provisions of Article 201 of the Constitution. Honorable Senators, Article 201 is paramount in the manner in which the resources of this nation are governed. Article 201 speaks about the principles of public finance, and it provides that there must be prudent use of public finances. Was this one way of prudent use of those resources? Why should a person who is in remand continue to earn a full salary? Why should actions not be taken for a person who perpetuates these violations? It speaks about openness and accountability, including financial integrity. Was that the best way of applying the meager resources? Honorable Senators, as I pen off, I urge you to find it, that this act and conduct must be attributed to the governor. There is clear nexus that the governor knew that this person is in custody, having worked in his office. It then irresponsible of the governor not to know that a person attached to her office is not in office for 6 months. How responsible is that governor if the governor cannot learn that a person who is attached to her office is not present? How can she be allowed to get away with this? This is a governor who is incapable of running the affairs of Meru County. We ask you, Honorable Senators, and we humbly submit that you pave way for her to have another person manage the affairs. This is not about being a woman. Accountability is not being a woman. There's nothing to do with being a woman when you are called to order. We are all called to play allegiance to the Constitution. It's so easy to tell a lie, but so hard to maintain the same. Telling a lie is the easiest bit, but telling the truth and pretending that you are lying is so hard. Success and any other success requires that an individual must accept responsibility. Kawira Mwangaza must accept that the county is not functional. It is not functional courtesy of her misdeeds. Accepting that one has failed is not a sign of weakness. accepting that one has failed is not a sign of weakness. It's rather a signal that is being directed towards that particular person to check her true north. As I sum up, accountability is when you accept responsibility for the consequences of your actions. Accountability is when you accept consequences for your actions. And the consequences for the actions, as proved by the County Assembly, demands that Governor Kawira must go. As I sum up, and I want to repeat what I earlier submitted, that for there to be proper running of the county government of Meru, Kawira Mwangaza must go. For there to be services, proper delivery of services in the county government of Meru, Kawira Mwangaza must go. For the women of Meru County to access maternity services, Kawira Mwangaza must go. For the babies of Meru to be saved from the embarrassment of being born in Akarai, Kawira Mwangaza must go. For proper running of the Meru County, Kawira Mwangaza must go. It's only proper for her to leave, to pack and go. She has demonstrated incompetence. She has demonstrated her inability and incapacity to deliver services to the people of Meru. We urge you, honorable senators, to fight it in our favor and send Governor Kawira home. Let her not hide behind other leaders. Let her not say that political leaders have instigated this motion. She has not brought as a witness any person, including any affidavit swearing that the senator of Meru County is behind this impeachment. Let her not play the victimization card. Let her not hide behind victimization. Let her take responsibility for our actions. Na kila mtu atauchukua mzigo wake mwenyewe.
Council, this is a house with rules.
I submit.
Yeah. Council for Governor, the floor is yours.
May I proceed, Mr. Speaker, sir?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir, and thank you so much, distinguished senators. For the record, my name is Ongoya. I'll be making the governor's closing submissions. Distinguished senators, courtesy demands that I open this process by thanking this House for the opportunity given to us as council and the opportunity given to the governor to be heard as we have been heard. The challenges associated with the time notwithstanding, we are satisfied that we have had a fair day in this honorable House. Distinguished senators, the governor invites this House to be guided by certain enduring principles that she will draw the attention of this House to. The governor invites this House to be guided by the guidance that was applied by the famous philosopher Socrates to all persons sitting in the position of judges, which you now do. 4 things belong to a judge: to listen courteously, to answer wisely, to consider soberly, and to decide impartially. There is a biblical injunction that also addresses itself to the attributes of judges. I think there's advice that was given by a man called Jethro to a man called Moses in the book of Exodus, when Jethro thought that Moses was spending significant amounts of time deciding cases. He advised him to appoint judges to help him decide disputes between the children of Israel. He gave the following attributes: able men, such as fear God, men of truth, hating covetousness. The governor holds this Senate in the highest possible regard and attributes these attributes that have survived the age of time to this Senate. Allow me to deal with what I consider to be some side issues that have arisen in the course of this trial and in the course of the Assembly's final submissions. Distinguished senators, an issue emerged as to whether ISPAC member number 10955, Kirimi Ibrahim Mutwiri, is an active member of ISPAC in good standing. Fortunately for us, like many other professional bodies, the data of many of us professionals is now available in the public databases of the respective professional association. Any senator who cares to search member number 10955 on the member search engine of ispac.com will get a chance to satisfy themselves as to the active status and good standing status of that member. I repeat, member number 10955, each senator is at liberty to search on the website ispac.com/search-member to establish for themselves the standing of that member. I say that with great humility because it's important that we address ourselves to the substantive issues that have kept us here and that keep us here up to now. It is not for lack of other business, the governor believes, that distinguished senators are sitting in this house after 9 p.m. to resolve this dispute. The governor believes that the issue before this Senate is so significant that it should never turn on a matter of side issues. And once senators search member number 10955 in the ispac.com search engine and establish the active and good standing status of that senator, of that accountant, my apologies, they will then form their own opinion as to who is standing on the platform of truth and who is standing on the platform of lack of truth in the conduct of these proceedings. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll beseech the timekeepers to remind me at intervals of perhaps 15 minutes because I like managing my time as I get along. It's just my humble plea. Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, impeachment processes, as I have said before, are processes governed by law and legal principles. It is now settled by no lesser authority than the Supreme Court of the Republic of Kenya that public participation is an important pillar of the impeachment process. It therefore means that if an impeachment process is undertaken on a foundation of lack of proper public participation, then that particular impeachment process cannot stand the test of scrutiny. I want to take these senators through the public participation report in volume number 5 of the County Assembly's documents so that these senators in themselves can ascertain whether that principle was satisfied. If the senators can access volume number 5, the largest possible volume of the County Assembly's documents, I'll beseech them to look at page number 35 of that document. Page number 35 of volume 5. It's the biggest volume in the County Assembly document. And if you look at page number 35, there is a photograph on that page, which is supposed to be a photograph of the members of the public attending a public participation function at Abogeta West Ward. I then, distinguished senators who have seen that photo, beseech them to look at page number 30 of the same volume. Page number 30 of that volume, which is supposed to be now the public participation event at Abogeta East Ward. On the face of it, the same people in the same sitting arrangement, taking the same posture at page number 30 at Abogeta East Ward are the same people in the same sitting arrangement taking the same posture that you'll discover at page number 35. I leave it to your able judgment about what that says of the integrity of this public participation process. But that's not enough. I'll beseech distinguished senators to turn to page number 331 of that same document. 331 of that same document. May I urge that we start at page 330 for proper context. At page 330 is a title of minutes showing that this should be a public participation event at Akirangondu Ward, in Akirangondu Ward at Machungulu Social Hall. I'll beseech distinguished senators look at minute number 3, which runs from page number 331. And I want you to look at the entire of that minute from where it starts all the way overleaf to page 332. To make my point, I would ask the senators, while keeping their finger on that minute, to turn to page number 373 of the same bundle. While keeping a finger on this page 331, to turn to page 373 of that bundle, they will see that these are supposed to be minutes of a public participation function in Mbeu Ward at a place called Kimiri MCK. These are supposed to be events done on the same day at the same time. You realize that minute number 3 of those minutes starts at page 374 and turns overleaf to page number 375. This minute takers somehow meticulously used the same words word for word across 1.5 pages of minute taking of an objectively taken set of minutes. Distinguished senators, while at it, I want you to turn to page 390 of that same bundle. When you turn to page number 390, you'll come across a public participation event that apparently took place in Igembe East Ward at a place called Karaune MCK. And just for comparison, I will then urge you to turn to page number 393. 393, which is supposed to be a public participation event in Adiru Rujine Ward. I try to understand how to pronounce this name in Meru language, a lot of difficulty. Adiru Rujine Ward at a place called Akune MCK. Putting your finger on those 2 minutes, I would want you to look at minute number 3 of each of those 2 minutes. The one at page 390 starts from page 390 through page 391 all the way to page 392. And the one starting at page 393, minute 3 starts at page 393 through page 394 all the way to page 395. And you'll discover those minutes use the same words in the same order, the same sentences in the same order, word for word, across 3 pages of minutes. I leave it to able judgments, applying this Socratic standard that I have just prescribed for this sentence. Courteously, you answer wisely, you consider soberly, and you decide impartially, distinguished senators. Would you say that this is a public participation process that passed the requisite test of integrity? I just want to demonstrate one thing which can be done without taking too much time, which is page 332 of that document. At page 332 of that document, which is part of the minutes of a public participation event taking place at in Akirangondu Ward at Machungulu Social Hall, at minute number 4. At minute number 4, you'll come, sorry, my apologies. I want us to go to page, my apologies. I misled you when I referred to 332. I want us to refer to 370. Let me see where this brings out the point, then I can conclude just so that we don't waste a lot of time. Let me look at 373. If it doesn't, I'll just go to the next minute, then we clear that in a short while. Yes. Thank you so much. That is the one. I want to look at page 332, minute number 4 at Akirangondu Ward. The minute taker says as follows: members of the public, upon equal and fair representation from across the locations in the ward, ended the meeting at 1 p.m. Full stop. A member of staff from the county assembly gave closing remarks and thanked the members of the public for exercising their constitutional mandate and conducting their exercise peacefully and inclusively. When you go to page number 375, which are minutes of a completely different ward, you also see minute number 4 in Mbeu Ward, where members of the public, upon equal and fair representation from across the locations in the ward, ended the meeting at 1 p.m. A member of staff from the county assembly gave the closing remarks and thanked members of the public for exercising their constitutional mandate and conducting the exercise peacefully and inclusively. The same minute, the same words in the same order. I spoke here about some things being too fantastic to be true. Distinguished senators, these are the sort of things I was referring to. Normal human fallibilities militates against this kind of coincidences. I'll briefly make that point by looking at page 392. At page 392, of the minutes from Igembe eastward, page 392, after Roman 11 up there, there is an entry: a lady who spoke and was not in support of the impeachment motion said that since the governor was a woman, the MCS were planning to impeach out and needs to give her time to work and complete her term. It follows, another one said that she doesn't support the impeachment motion because the governor is the only senior most politician from Meru County. I want us to turn to page 395, which is part of the minutes from Adhiru Rujine Ward. just after Roman number 11, a lady who spoke and was not in support of the impeachment motion said that since the governor was a woman, the MCAs were planning to impeach her out and needs to give her time to work and complete her term. It follows, another one said that she doesn't support the impeachment motion because residents of Meru County are tired with these unending fights between the governor and the MCAs. Distinguished senators, I leave it to your able judgment as able men, such as fear God, of truth, hating covetousness, using this standard of Jethro as he advises Moses, to determine for yourself the quality of public participation that underwrites this motion. We are looking at a document that is 1,344 pages. Time cannot allow us to continue with this kind of analysis, but the point has been made. Allow me to move to the next point. I want to deal with the various allegations that have been made against the governor in this impeachment motion. If you look at the impeachment motion at count number 1, the governor is accused of gross violation of the Constitution and other laws, and a general allegation of violations of laws is made there. The burden for us is to establish whether the ground in support of that allegation has been made. I would start by dealing with ground 4 for good order. I will deal with the other grounds as I carry on with these submissions. The governor is accused of dismissing Dr. Ntoiti, Paul Mwaki, Kenneth Kimathi Mbae, and Joseph Kithure in usurpation of the powers of appointing authorities. The mover of the motion was taken through this ground as against what was count 4, paragraph 16 of the motion that was before this House in November last year, my apologies, in November last year. She confirmed that there has been no new action on the part of the county government in respect of these officials. She confirmed that what she was complaining about here is the same action that informed the previous allegation in the previous impeachment motion. While at it, and so that I don't revisit this question, I'll also deal with count number 3, paragraph 3 of the present motion, where the governor is accused of employing a bloated workforce of at least 111 personal staff in her office. The mover of this motion came here and she conceded that this was the same allegation in count number 4, paragraph G of the motion that this Senate dealt with in November last year. The question I want this Senate to grapple with is this, and this is a question of principle. Is it permissible for this Senate to be called upon to re-debate the same fact over which it debated and acquitted the governor? Is it permissible in law? Is it permissible in good sense to re-debate and make a decision on it? Are these grounds you are going to vote for, or are these grounds in your private discussion and deliberation are going to move that must be struck out first before you consider the residue of the motion? That's something that I invite this Senate to grapple with so that it guides future processes of this nature. I'm making out an argument that the governor invites this Senate to take a position on allegations that have been debated here in previous impeachment motions, and in respect of which the governor has been cleared of the same. May I draw the attention of this Senate to the fact that the move of this motion confirmed that in respect of the claim of employment of a bloated workforce, the same list of employees in the same order that was presented here in November last year is the same list of employees in the same order that she has presented here today, and sought that this Senate reviews its previous decision and enters a different decision from the one it entered last year. The second set of matters that I want to deal with is matters that are pending active litigation in court as we stand here today. What I'll describe as matters that are sub judice. Count number 1, paragraph 1 of the impeachment motion alleges that the governor illegally revoked the appointment of CPA Virginia Kawira Miriti as CEO of the Meru County Public Service Board. Distinguished senators, it is not in dispute that this matter is pending active litigation as Meru Employment and Labor Relations Court, case number E002 of 2024, Virginia Kawira Miriti versus the governor, Meru County. The governor invites this court to consider as a matter of principle what is its policy on matters sub judice. What is the policy of this Senate on matters that are pending active litigation before other competent institutions of dispute resolution? Evidence of the pendency of that case has, of course, been supplied in volume number 2 of the governor's documents at page number 14. Another matter that the governor wants you to apply the same mind on, that is matters that are actively pending in court, is what I referred to earlier as count number 1, paragraph 4, on the alleged illegal dismissal of Dr. Ntoiti, Paul Mwaki, Kenneth Mbae, Joseph Kithure Mberia. In addition to the fact that this is a matter that this Senate has already applied its own mind upon and made a decision on, it is not in dispute that this matter has been and continues to be in active litigation in our court. This matter went into court as Meru Employment and Labor Relations Petition number 1 of 2022 and is now pending an appeal. Evidence of the pendency of that appeal process is at volume number 7, at page number 71, volume 1B of the governor's documents. Again, distinguished senators, with tremendous humility, I invite this House to take this as a question of principle. What is the policy, the legal policy of this Senate on matters that are actively pending in our courts, such as ground number 1, paragraph 4, count number 1 of this impeachment motion? If you look at ground number 2, paragraph 6, and ground number 3, paragraph 11 of the impeachment motion. That motion, just for good order, is in the County Assembly's documents, volume 1. This is the matter relating to the alleged or the case of murder of one Daniel Mudhiani, alias Sniper, and contributions towards his family, and the role, connection, or status of Kiambe Crispius Manyara, an accused person in that murder. The County Assembly, at volume number 2 of its documents, at page 429, has supplied this House with the charge sheet for that murder case. Distinguished senators, I beseech you to again make a principled decision in a matter such as this, where the County Assembly, by its own documents, admits that it's a matter pending active trial in our murder court, our High Court. What is the policy of this Senate towards matters such as those? I submit that this is a matter of principle, because this should be able to guide future impeachments, so that we don't have to revisit these questions of principle. People can be guided by the decision of this Senate once and for all. Finally, the impeachment process itself in its entirety. I wish to refer you to volume number 2 of the governor's document at pages 28 to 32. At page 28, you can see Meru Constitutional Petition number E013 of 2024. The parties to that case are Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, petitioner, and the County Assembly of Meru, respondent. The two parties now appearing before you and represented by counsel, as has been the case. If we turn to page number 31 of the governor's volume number 2, there is a ruling of court which says the upshot of the above is that the impeachment process is halted pending my ruling, and since this matter is of public interest, the ruling on the interested parties and the main petition will be delivered on 29th July 2024 via email to all parties. It is in the public domain that that ruling was not delivered on that day and is still pending delivery, and this order remains in force. As a matter of principle, I invite senators to reflect on this question, because the governor has been brought here by the County Assembly claiming that it wants to strike a blow for the rule of law. And yet we are here debating this matter in the face of an order reading, and I quote, "The upshot of the above is that the impeachment process is halted." As a matter of principle, distinguished senators, what position do you want to take on this matter? You are the judges. You will make the decision one way or the other. I have done my part as legal representative to my clients. I have made full and candid disclosure that we may be perpetuating a violation of the rule of law. We may be. I am not the decision maker. I leave the eventual decision to your able hands, distinguished senators. Is this the way we shall grow our institutions? If a court of competent jurisdiction can make an order such as this, the County Assembly proceeds in violation of this order. The governor has told you on her part, she has taken some action on this violation. And at page 35 onwards, you will see a contempt of court application that she has filed. She has done her part. The court will deal with that. shall we, sitting here in good conscience and our attention having been drawn to these facts, perpetuate this process which on the face of it, the county government has undertaken in violation of a valid court order? It is not for the governor, it's not for her council to make that decision. Distinguished senators, the heavier task lies with you to make a decision one way or the other on these questions of principle, touching on those specific paragraphs of those specific counts that I have alluded to, and on this impeachment process as a whole, as I have drawn your attention to page 30 of volume number 2 of the governor's documents. Let me proceed by addressing you briefly on the Public Audit Act. Distinguished senators, I beseech you, as you make this decision this evening, to be guided by the provisions of Section 53 and Section 54 of the Public Audit Act. I say this in summary in response to the multiple audit questions that have arisen in the course of this hearing. Time will not permit me to point at specific audit queries. Having been present here, we know those audit questions. Section 53 of the Public Audit Act has a side note entitled Implementation of Reports. These are audit reports by an accounting officer. Implementation of reports by an accounting officer. Subsection 1 of Section 53 of the Public Audit Act provides, and I quote, "The relevant accounting officer of a state organ or public entity shall within 3 months after Parliament has considered and made recommendations on the audit report." So first, there is an audit report. 2, there is parliamentary consideration of the audit report. Then 3, there are actions to be taken, which are take the relevant steps to implement the recommendations of Parliament on the report of the Auditor General, or give explanations in writing to Parliament on why the report has not been acted upon. The law itself actually anticipates failure to act on those reports with reason. Honorable senators, there is a principle in law called the subsidiarity principle. The subsidiarity principle in law dictates that a dispute must be resolved at the lowest institution competent to resolve it. So, for example, as a litigation lawyer, if I have a case that can competently be handled by the High Court, but when I look at the law, it can also competently be handled by a lower court, a magistrate's court, I am obligated to file that case in the magistrate's court, which is the lowest court competent to hear that dispute. We now know that the County Assembly of Meru has not exercised its mandate by seizing these reports and making necessary recommendations or steps to be taken to implement the report. Instead, it has picked the reports and come to this house with those reports. I want to believe, speaking for myself, that that is overburdening this very busy house. I want to suggest to you, senators, that if you set a precedent here in these proceedings, that a county assembly can do that, it means that if we get a year where there are 47 county governments with some issues, and you know better than I do, that virtually every year, every county government has some issues in the audit report, it is possible for county assemblies to bring here 47 impeachment motions. I suspect that that may break the functional machinery of this House. I think that you better take a position in this matter that reminds county assemblies that they also have a role to discharge, to sit, invite relevant officers of the executive, interrogate audit reports, resolve disputes that can result there first, then come here with only such residues of issues that the relevant officers have proved to be incorrigible. That is my humble submission, distinguished senators. There is a cadre of claims before you where I submit respectfully that the county assembly is in fact the author of the problem. Then it has brought the governor here. The alleged failure to appoint chairpersons of the Meru County Revenue Board, Meru Microfinance Corporation, Meru Youth Service Board, and Meru County Investment and Development Board. I invite you to look at the correspondences at pages 53, 54, 57, 58, 60, 61, 62, 65, 67, 84, and the document at pages 85 all the way to 163, and the document at page 135 of volume 1B of the governor's documents. I will not read them, but save just to summarize that these are the multiple correspondence between the office of governor and the office of the clerk of the county assembly. There is no doubt, distinguished senators, that the governor nominated persons to these offices. If the governor did not furnish sufficient particulars, the county assembly had the option of rejecting those names. Just consider them and reject them, so that there is no jam in the system, so to speak. What has happened here is that for more than 1 year, the county assembly has engaged the governor's office in correspondence, but failed to make a decision on the chairpersons of these boards. And yet there is nothing the governor can do without the county assembly first making a decision one way or the other. The law, for example, distinguished senators, requires that ambassadors in this country, cabinet secretaries, be appointed by the president, but upon approval by the National Assembly. If the president were to forward names of cabinet secretaries to the National Assembly, then the National Assembly takes 1 year engaging the president in correspondence on those names without making a decision on them. Then eventually moves a motion to impeach the president for failure to appoint. That is malice in the extreme. I have reflected on the various categories of malice. I submit respectfully, this will fall into the category of malice of the highest order. This is a teaching aid in malice. It is inconceivable that there can be a higher grade of malice than this. You have been told that the governor has failed to implement the recommendations / resolutions of the county assembly. You are taken through the letter by the clerk claiming to be forwarding a resolution of the county assembly. In fact, that letter, when you look at it, it says that the Hansard is also enclosed. We have asked for that Hansard. We have asked for that resolution. Distinguished senators, it has not been presented to you. The question is, how will you impeach the governor on the strength of such an allegation? But more importantly for me, questions were put here to a number of witnesses to show who that report of the assembly of the committee of the assembly is addressed to. That report was addressed to the petitioners, not the governor. Who was that report copied to? That report was copied to the various officers who allegedly the petitioners had sought to be removed from office, one by one. That report was neither addressed to nor copied to the governor. But now you are told to make a finding that the governor failed to implement that report that was neither addressed to her nor copied to her. As a matter of fact, can we say that in accordance with the law, the County Assembly of Meru has established this fact? I repeat, it is not in my place to make that determination. It is in your place, distinguished senators, to make that determination. I invite you to make that determination with this factual matrix in your mind, so that you vote that in good conscience, a governor who is neither the addressee of a letter nor copied in the letter can be removed from office on an allegation of failure to implement the contents of that letter. Factual matters on the dismissal of Dr. Ntoiti, Paul Mwaki, Kenneth Kimathi Mbae, and Joseph Kathure Mberia have arisen in addition to the principal matters of pendency of court cases in them. Factual matters have arisen. To the factual question whether these people have been dismissed from office, the county executive says in charge of public service has been here and has adduced evidence that these people, some of them, their contracts ran out by a fluxion of time. That a contract that has ended. Number two, you are told the governor never dismissed these people. Good people, distinguished senators, would it have been easier than for the county assembly to present us with at least a sample dismissal letter of any of these people? The multiple volumes before you contain very many documents except anything in the name of a dismissal letter, even to prove that fact of an allegation of dismissal. You are going to make a decision this evening. I want you in good conscience to reflect on whether you can dismiss a governor for alleged dismissal of an employee without the dismissal letter before you, without an affidavit of that employee before you claiming to have been dismissed, and yet you are told, remove this governor from office. Correct. An allegation has been made that this governor deliberately and knowingly misled the public that 86 million shillings had been raised through Paybill number 247247, account number 04001639178999. First, let me contextualize that video. We had the opportunity to review that video, distinguished senators, and you are aware that other videos have been played to show just the amount of mud that was thrown at the senator, so at the governor, not by the family of the deceased, not by the wife of the deceased, but by persons, whether called activists or other leaders from Meru County. You listen to that clip and you have no doubt in your mind the governor is addressing those leaders who are throwing mud at her. I think that when I finally document the story of this governor, as I hope one day I'll get to do, she's the only leader who has been expected to have mud thrown at her with no corresponding right to respond. Because every time she responds, those very scurrilous attacks, she is brought here for impeachment. All of us had somebody claiming that a body of a deceased person would be placed in the home of the governor and to remain there, and if push comes to be brought to this Senate. How do we expect a fellow citizen not to respond? Human beings have an instinct of anger, have an instinct of shame, have an instinct of pride that is natural, normal human instinct. There's nothing inherently wrong in those human values. It's just the way God made us as human beings. And when the governor responds to those leaders, clearly saying those leaders must then support the deceased wife, build a house for her, buy her a car, start a foundation to support her children. I think, judged in context, that is a governor who is empathetic to this widow and who is calling for her to be assisted rather than being taken advantage of for political ends or possibly for business ends. I would want this particular charge to be understood in that context, distinguished senators. Ground number 3, at paragraph 8, an allegation is made of an alleged use of manual payroll. First, I think sufficient evidence has been laid here that this was an issue in the audit report. The County Assembly is yet to consider that audit report and recommend appropriate action or seek answers from the County Executive. Evidence has been laid to you that this governor inherited a government where manual payrolls were a systemic problem. In fact, she has finished that problem before this impeachment motion was filed. That is something I beseech you to keep at the back of your mind as you make a decision one way or the other on these proceedings. Evidence has been laid before you that the issue of manual register has appeared in audit reports in respect of an excess of more than 40 counties. What lesson do we learn from that? This may be a systemic government problem beyond Meru County, and therefore the proper interventions by legislative and oversight institutions such as this is to provide systemic solutions. What can we do to ensure that IPPD numbers of staff are processed much faster to conduce an environment where payrolls are run without the necessity to resort to manual payrolls as we wait for IPPD numbers? You will empathize with the governor that if her government were to keep kindergarten teachers without salary for 8 months, pending processing of IPPD numbers by another government institution, that may as well be an unfair labor practice, which will also violate the Constitution. I have addressed the question of employing a bloated workforce. As a matter of fact, the governor has not employed a bloated workforce. As a matter of fact, this matter has been dealt before in a previous impeachment motion. As a matter of fact, evidence has been laid here of the governor's office rejecting other staff being sent to her office. I beseech you to keep that fact at the back of your mind as you make this decision. Finally, on the allegation of paying Kiambi Crispus Manyara, a public communications officer in the office of governor, full salary while in remand, distinguished senators, I want you in good conscience to make a decision whether governors pay staff. Just in the government organogram, whether a governor pays staff. The appointment letter of this particular staff shows that this is actually a staff of the County Public Service Board. That's the appointing authority, that's the disciplining authority. So that where a staff who is charged in court is supposed to be either suspended or interdicted and relevant communication made to the payroll team, that would be the function of the County Public Service Board, which is an independent board established as such under the County Government Act. To blame the governor for the failure or omission of an independent board, which if the governor sought to interfere with, that may as well be a ground of impeaching her, that will be putting this governor in a grave dilemma. We beseech you not to put this governor or any other governor in such a position of dilemma. The Supreme Court of Kenya, in the case of Sonko versus the County Assembly of Nairobi, set a principle, and I quote, "Though a political process, impeachment is sanctioned by the Constitution and the law, and it is not a platform to settle political scores. It is well within the rights of the governor to adduce evidence before you to show what political machinations are there, so that you can contextualize her allegations that these are processes to settle political scores." Make no mistake, distinguished senators, the governor has set out here. She is a leader like any other leader. She is subject to oversight like any other leader. She is subject to sanction like any other leader. But let it be fair oversight. Let it be fair sanction. Let it not be politically motivated sanction. A side issue has been raised here that this governor is waving a gender card. When the governor was brought here in September last year, she told you, this house, that she was a victim of misogyny. She didn't stop here. She played video clips here for you to see with your own senses, for you to hear with your own senses, for you to feel with your own senses. The decision was yours, and the answer of this house shows that even this senator was abhorred by the misogyny that was displayed in those videos. The governor is not creating a narrative of misogyny. The governor presented evidence of misogyny before this house. A narrative has been created here that this governor has been given 2 opportunities before. An impression being created that this governor was perhaps convicted and pardoned. Truth is, this governor has been acquitted on every other occasion that she has been brought here. And therefore, you can't blame her for whatever decision this Senate made based on the evidence that has been brought before the Senate. The case of Martin Nyaga Wambora before the Court of Appeal of Kenya set out the principle that allegations for removal of a governor must be serious, substantial, and weighty. Let's face it. If we want to look for technical infractions of law, that is easy. We can get a technical infraction of law on any officer in any office, on any citizen, wherever situated. The principle as enunciated by our court is that to remove a governor from office, the allegation must be serious, substantial, and weighty. And it's in this context that I understood the clarification sought. 5 minutes, thank you. The clarification as sought by Honorable Senator Kajwang as to whether labor disputes, employment disputes would form a basis of an impeachment motion. This institution of Parliament has employees. I leave it to your own assessment as whether there are any employees that have ever taken this institution to court. What is sure is that there's an entire court called the Employment and Labor Relations Court, whose business is to resolve labor disputes every day. We don't create institutions for fun. That institution was created because there was an understanding that in our day-to-day lives, people are going to have labor disputes. And therefore, to use a labor dispute that is properly before a court of competent jurisdiction to remove a governor from office, that in and of itself does not pass the test of seriousness, substantiality, and weight. The Court of Appeal also established as a principle that a nexus must be drawn between the governor and the alleged gross violations of the Constitution or any law. So that where the County Public Service Board, for example, fails to interdict or suspend an employee who is charged in a court of law, it strains my imagination how anyone within the most fertile imagination on earth can create a nexus between that and the governor. I leave it to the distinguished house here to make a decision on that question. In conclusion, distinguished senators, I have been reflecting on the life and the times of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza. In my other world, Mr. Speaker, I am a teacher, and I talk to my law students every day in a mentorship program, and I was telling them that in the fullness of time, when I am tasked to make my intellectual contributions on gender and the law, my writing will not be on the 2/3 gender principle. My writing will be on the struggle to sustain a woman governor in Meru County. It is difficult for me to imagine of any public official in this country who has been subjected to the trials and tribulations of this governor. This governor who stands here, I look at her and see either my elder sister or my mother. I can't imagine of a lesson in resilience than that is embodied in this woman who sits here before you as governor. I beseech you to have the weight of this submission in your conscience as you grapple with the principal issues, the evidentiary issues, and the factual issues that I have raised this evening. I beseech you to acquit this governor on each of the 3 counts. I rest the governor's final submissions.
Thank you, Counsel. Now, honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, we will now, pursuant to Rules 27 of the Rules of Procedure as contained in the 3rd schedule of our standing orders, we will proceed to a camera session. And therefore, at this juncture, I'll ask the parties to withdraw from the chamber, the members of the public to withdraw from the chamber, and the media to cease live broadcast forthwith.
To statistical count as an attempt was made in cross-examination of the mover. The gender card cannot be used to escape accountability. It is not a carte blanche or a shield to commit impunity. It is not about being female or male. It is about violations of the law and the Constitution. Honorable Senators, finally, in paragraph 7 of the Governor's response, that is volume 1 of the Governor's document, she seems to suggest that the county government of Meru should be dissolved. I call on this House to reflect on the words of the Bible in the book of Matthew, chapter 18, verses 8 to 9, and to paraphrase the words of Jesus Christ as he was teaching the people then: if your hand or your foot makes you sin, cut it off and throw it away. For it is better to enter the kingdom of heaven maimed or lame than to be thrown to everlasting fire with both feet and hands. There is no cause for dissolution of Meru County. The problem is the governor, and Meru can be saved by removing the governor from office as the Constitution empowers the County Assembly and this Honorable House to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Senators, and I pray that you will find that the charges against the governor have been substantiated, and I pray that in keeping with the motto of this Honorable House, for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, including the people of Meru, that you will do the right thing and send Governor Kawira Mwangaza home. Thank you. I invite my senior, Mr. Ndegwa, to conclude our closing.
Thank you very kindly. I must begin by conveying the apology on the part of the County Assembly for having to engage this distinguished assembly in all these processes. It is not out of the own making of the County Assembly. It is a call of necessity. Necessity has dictated that we must come before you as and when time and situations and circumstances arise. A situation has arisen where we have to come before you, honorable members of the Senate, to ask you to do your noble thing of exercising oversight over the county government of Meru. I have time and again put it on record that the County Assembly of Meru and the people of Kenya have a lot of confidence in the manner in which this House conducts its business. It's on that basis, therefore, that we have been able to appear before you severally, seeking and pleading for only one thing, that justice be done in the county government of Meru. And what justice are we looking for, honorable members? We are looking for justice of that particular person who is not able to access services, courtesy of bad governance. What justice are we looking for? We are looking for justice of that child we saw who was born on a karai, that child who cannot speak, that child whose fate is not even determined. And when the governor is put to task, says, I have just been made aware. How would you take that governor to be a responsible person? How would you take that person to be a person who is capable of enhancing good governance, delivery of services? How is it that she was not aware that that hospital is not functional? How is it that she is not aware that that hospital or dispensary has a functional maternity wing? She takes no bother to confirm why the hospital was not functional as at then. Even having been made aware as at yesterday, she still says, I am not aware. Is that the governor who is capable of running the county? Is it really the mistake of the part of the County Assembly? Or is it the County Assembly being invited by the misconduct and the misdeeds of the governor? Can the County Assembly of Meru County sit pretty and watch things go south? Isn't it their responsibility to exercise oversight over the performance of the county government? Are they wrong when they invite the Senate to help and assist and facilitate the operationalization of the oversight function? That is all what we are asking for. That is all what we are asking for. If we were in the UK setup, this house qualifies to be the House of Lords. It's a House of Lords because it's capable of determining where the truth is and where the lie is. Evidence has been led from the County Assembly. Grounds were approved by the mover of the impeachment that it is true the governor has transgressed and violated the Constitution. When she was put to task to explain the circumstances that led to the revocation of that CEO, she simply said, it wasn't me. And how can it be that the governor can be allowed to get away with a forgery? Isn't it a criminal case in the first instance? And who has a burden of proof? The person who claims that the signature was forged appeared before the Senate. Her evidence was put through test by cross-examination, and clarification and verification was sought by the members of the Senate. Who then is lying? Is it Linda Kiome, or is it the governor? Can the governor be trusted, put to task and granted an opportunity to bring even the original advisory? She simply said it was seated somewhere in Meru. Unfortunately, she mistook where the place of the trial. The place of the trial is not in Meru. is before this Senate. Is that a conduct that is consistent with innocence? If she was innocent, if it was not forgery, why was it so difficult for her just to bring that one letter? Why could resources not be committed to make sure that as and when she was made aware that that is an issue, that a letter could not be procured 180 kilometers away from the place of the trial? What is she concealing? What is she hiding? Is she hiding scrutiny? Is that conduct again consistent with an innocent man or innocent woman? I urge you, honorable senators, to find it in our favor that we have proved that particular ground. That the letter that was meant, that the advisory that was meant to rebut our evidence in respect to ground one is a document that is a forgery. In the case of Philomena Mwilu, the Deputy Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, it was held that evidence that is tainted with illegality, it cannot be admitted. The admissibility of that evidence is in question. And having read the case of Wambora in the Civil Appeal number 21 of 2014, the Court of Appeal suggests that this is a quasi-judicial process. And it being a quasi-judicial process, the rules of evidence plays a fundamental role in the manner in which the admissibility of document is concerned. I sought leave of this House to have the document placed on record. They took no initiative. Why? Because they wanted to conceal the lie. They wanted to conceal the offense of perjury. They could not withstand the embarrassment that a signature was lifted. It matters not whether the governor is an IT guru. It matters not whether she is techno-savvy. It matters that a document was brought before you that is as a result of a forgery. We seek that you find it in our favor, that that particular ground was not defended, it was not controverted, and that the ground suffices to meet the test laid down under Article 81 as read together with Section 33 of the County Government Act. And then what is the threshold in terms of that particular charge? The threshold is that of, it lies between balance of probability and beyond reasonable doubt. That is what the case of Governor Wambora stated, that we are not supposed to prove. The burden of proof is not beyond reasonable doubt. It's not beyond reasonable doubt because this is not a criminal trial. And that distinguishes the case from the case that was quoted by Senator Kajwang, that this is not a criminal trial to seek the county assembly to prove the case beyond reasonable doubt to the extent of seeking the intervention of a forensic document examiner. It's on balance of probability. Whom should we believe? Who should we believe? Is it the person who has committed serious transgressions? Is it the person who is not in touch with the county? Is it the person who is in war with all the leaders in the particular in the entire county? Is it the person who is not even in good terms with his senator? Whom should we believe? Should we not believe leader? What personal vendetta would leader be having? She is not vying for a seat of governor. It matters not that whether she was a running mate to the previous candidate or not, but it matters that an offense was committed. We urge you, honorable senators, to find that in revoking the appointment of CPA Virginia Kawira, Governor Kawira violated the Constitution. She violated Article 10 of the Constitution on the question of the rule of law. She violated Article 27 on the equality before the law and the equal benefits of the law, that Virginia was not subjected to equal protection and equal benefit of the law under Article 27. She equally violated Article 50, that she was not given a fair trial or a fair opportunity to defend her case. When put to task, she attempts to become a linguistic, to purport to differentiate between removal and revocation. When called to task to read the provisions of Section 58 and Section 59 of the County Government Act, honorable senators, she simply could not distinguish. At the end of the day, whether a revocation or a dismissal, it never followed the due process. The County Assembly was never involved. It violated that particular provision. And for that reason, Governor Kawira must take responsibility. Taking responsibility is not an act of cowardice, it's not an act of weakness, it's an act of saying, yes, I was wrong. It's an act of admitting when somebody is wrong. And that is what Article 10 speaks about, the question of accountability. And that is what Article 73, which Governor Kawira has violated, speaks about. Article 73, honorable senators, speaks about a person who holds the office of a governor or any other office in the Republic of Kenya, breathing confidence in that particular office. When Governor Kawira lies blatantly, openly to the whole world that she was able to procure an advisory opinion, who can believe her? Is she breathing confidence in that particular office? Should she not be held to account? Is she not bringing that office to disrepute? Honorable senators, we submit that that particular charge has been sufficiently proved. On the question of the appointment of the chairpersons, again we prove that we have been able to dispose of our burden of not proving this allegation beyond reasonable doubt, but on balance of probability that yes, Governor Kawira has crippled the operations of the Meru County by blatantly failing and ignoring and or neglecting to execute her functions as a chief executive of Meru County. That amounted to the violation of Section 4 of the Public Appointments Act, in that requires when the governor is bestowed with the responsibility of a duty to follow the provisions of the law, can she be acquitted? How many times is Governor Kawira going to commit transgressions and get away with it? How many times? When she gets away with the transgressions, where do we leave the people of Meru County? Do the people of Meru County equally deserve justice? Should there not be a balance between the people of Meru County? Where should the balance lie? How should the balance swing? In whose favor is the balance swinging? I suggest and propose and submit that the balance swings in favor of the people of Meru County. They deserve justice before this house. They are crying out for justice. They are looking upon you to dispense with justice. And there cannot be justice by sending Governor Kawira back to Meru. The only justice that can be served, I suggest, is telling her you have failed in your duties, you've neglected in your duties, you've violated the Constitution, you do not know what the Constitution dictates. Remember, she swore to defend this Constitution. But she is one of the greatest transgressors of the same document that she's seeking solace and reprieve from. Honorable senators, Governor Kawira has come before you with dirty hands. She deserves no favor. She deserves no kindness. She deserves no kindness before this particular house, before this Senate. She has come to you with dirty hands. She is not even remorseful that a toddler was born in a Karai when there is just an adjacent health facility. There will be no any other reason for sending Governor Kawira home, please remember the fate of that particular child. Remember the fate of that particular mother who got embarrassed on that particular day. Remember the interpretation that was done, that men and women had to make sure that young children do not go near that naked woman to see her nakedness. How many embarrassments will this house be treated to? Isn't that something that we need all to take cognizance of? Was that video proving failure of service delivery. Who is responsible of delivering those services if it is not Governor Kawira, who has proved on oath that she has failed? Who else should we hold accountable? Who else should we hold accountable? Should she even be allowed to hide behind the cultural card? She has said and submitted that it's the culture of the Meru people to become and to look down upon women. I believe honorable senators who are present before this honorable house, including the senator of Meru, is a family man. There must be a woman in that particular house. If the senator is a misogynist, how does he live with his wife in his house? How does he live with his daughters in his house? If it is true the people of Meru are masculine, how do they multiply and perpetuate the Meru generation? That is a blatant lie. She shouldn't be allowed to hide behind issues that are not founded either in law or in fact. She must be told, it's now time for you to go. She must be told, we have given you 2 opportunities, you have failed to reform. She must be told, the Senate has listened to you severally, but you have failed to conform. She cannot conform, she will not conform, she will not reform because she is not a reformist. She does not understand the story of a reformist. Or what she understands, as indicated in her submissions and evidence, is that the county government, the county assembly is telling the story of the single story. Which other single story have we told the Senate other than the single story of the violations of the Constitution? Which other single story have we told this House other than the story of the suffering of the people of Meru County? That is a single story. We have no another story. It's a single story of the suffering of the people of Meru County. They are craving upon you, honorable senators, to save them. They are craving upon you to save them from all these blatant violations. On the question of refusal to implement the recommendations by the county assembly, you might want to ask yourself, why the failure? It was not a coincidence. It is by design, because it's the conduit between the governor, the chief of staff, and the county secretary. That web must be in existence for Governor Kawira to exist. That is why it was impossible for her to implement the report recommended by the county assembly. Those are her conduits. If you find any mismanagement, any embezzlement, any failure of good governance, look at that web. It must be maintained for Governor Kawira to continue transgressing the county. It must be maintained for Governor Kawira to continue perpetuating the suffering of people of Meru. Why is it so difficult for her to implement that report? Why is it difficult for her to see that there was necessity for her to implement that report as recommended by an equal arm of her government? The answer is one. She needs that network for her to perpetuate illegalities that she's perpetuating currently in Meru County. When put to task whether the reports and why they were not implemented, she simply said they were not sent to me. Evidence was laid that yes, they were submitted to her, they were received in her office, and she blatantly refused to act to it. Why? I think and submit that she does not understand the weight behind accountability. She does not understand the weight behind transparency. She does not understand the reason why there is a rule of law in this country. Count 2 on misconduct. Yes, she acknowledged that she made those particular statements. She said, yes, she made those statements about the 86 million. She acknowledged misleading the people. She acknowledged that there was not only one account and that whatever she was saying was falsehood. If a leader cannot be held account for the statement that they make, then where is this country going? We must tell the current generation and the future generation that it is important to speak the truth, that it is important to stick to the way of the truth. That is what is right, that is what is just. Did Governor Kawira maintain the path of truth? Did she stick to the path of truth? Did she do what is right in the circumstances? We submit that she willingly veered away from the path of truth. The evidence of the window, and may he rest in peace, was never tested. None of them cross-examined that lady. Her evidence went uncontroverted. Is it usual for a defense counsel not to test the veracity of the evidence of a witness who is putting up a case, and a serious case such as this one? It is not usual. They only knew that they have nothing to cross-examine that lady on, and that whatever she said is therefore truth. And as such, we submit that Article 10 again was proved which speaks to values of and principles of governance. Among them, the value of good governance, the value of integrity, the value of accountability, the value of transparency. How can a person lead a county if she has a deficit of integrity, if she has a deficit of accountability, if she has a deficit of transparency, if she cannot respect the rule of law? How can she lead the county? The county performance is premised on the laws. It's premised on the rule of law. If she does not respect that rule of law, is she then worth her salt? Look at Article 73 of the Constitution. It's paramount when seeking to establish whether or not this allegation has been substantiated. It speaks about the authority assigned to a state officer. It speaks about public trust must be exercised in a manner that is consistent and demonstrate respect for the people. Does that video and the conduct that was exhibited before this assembly demonstrate respect for the people? Does it bring honor to the nation and the dignity of the office of the governor? Does it promote confidence, public confidence in the integrity of that office? We submit that the conduct exhibited by the governor, through the evidence of the witness that was not controverted, flies over the face of Article 73, and that does not breathe confidence, it does not demonstrate respect for the people, it does not indicate integrity, it does not bring honor to that office. If she cannot honor that office, why should she hold it? If she cannot honor that office, why should he keep it? If she cannot honor that office and she has no dignity for it, why should she keep it? Honorable Senators, I urge you to find it that provision has been proved and has been substantiated. On the question of paying Kiambi's Christus Manyara, it must be remembered that she has admitted on oath that this Kiambi Crispus is a person who works in the office of the county governor. She has admitted on oath that evidence has been laid that he is one of those people who are accused for the murder of and the slaying of Sniper. Put to task why he continued to earn his full salary while still in custody for 6 months. She simply said, "It wasn't me." When will Governor Kawira learn to be responsible? When will she ever learn to own up for a mistake that is so glaring such as this one? She takes no cognizance that money was spent unlawfully. She takes no cognizance of the provisions of Article 201 of the Constitution. Honorable Senators, Article 201 is paramount in the manner in which the resources of this nation are governed. Article 201 speaks about the principles of public finance, and it provides that there must be prudent use of public finances. Was this one way of prudent use of those resources? Why should a person who is in remand continue to earn a full salary? Why should actions not be taken for a person who perpetuates these violations? It speaks about openness and accountability, including financial integrity. Was that the best way of applying the meager resources? Honorable Senators, as I pen off, I urge you to fight it, that this act and conduct must be attributed to the governor. There is clear nexus that the governor knew that this person is in custody, having worked in his office. It then is responsible of the governor not to know that a person attached to her office is not in office for 6 months. How responsible is that governor if the governor cannot learn that a person who is attached to her office is not present? How can she be allowed to get away with this? This is a governor who is incapable of running the affairs of Meru County. We ask you, Honorable Senators, and we humbly submit that you pave way for her to have another person manage the affairs. This is not about being a woman. Accountability is not being a woman. There's nothing to do with being a woman when you are called to order. We are all called to allegiance, to play allegiance to the Constitution. It's so easy to tell a lie, but so hard to maintain the same. Telling a lie is the easiest bit, but telling the truth and pretending that you are lying is so hard. Success and any other success requires that an individual must accept responsibility. Kawira Mwangaza must accept that the county is not functional. It is not functional courtesy of her misdeeds. Accepting that one has failed is not a sign of weakness. Accepting that one has failed is not a sign of weakness. It's rather a signal that is being directed towards that particular person to check her true north. As I sum up, accountability is when you accept responsibility for the consequences of your actions. Accountability is when you accept consequences for your actions. And the consequences for the actions, as proved by the County Assembly, demands that Governor Kawira must go. As I sum up, and I want to repeat what I earlier submitted, that for there to be proper running of the county government of Meru, Kawira Mwangaza must go. For there to be services, proper delivery of services in the county government of Meru, Kawira Mwangaza must go. For the women of Meru County to access maternity services, Kawira Mwangaza must go. For the babies of Meru to be saved from the embarrassment of being born in Akarai, Kawira Mwangaza must go. For proper running of the Meru County, Kawira Mwangaza must go. It's only proper for her to leave, to pack and go. She has demonstrated incompetence. She has demonstrated her inability and incapacity to deliver services to the people of Meru. We urge you, Honorable Senators, to fight it in our favor and send Governor Kawira home. Let her not hide behind other leaders. Let her not say that political leaders have instigated this motion. She has not brought as a witness any person, including any affidavit swearing that the senator of Meru County is behind this impeachment. Let her not play the victimization card. Let her not hide behind victimization. Let her take responsibility for our actions. Na kila mtu atauchukua mzigo wake mwenyewe.
Council, this is a house with rules.
I submit.
Yeah. Council for Governor, the floor is yours.
May I proceed, Mr. Speaker, sir?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. And thank you so much, distinguished senators. For the record, my name is Ongoya. I'll be making the governor's closing submissions. Distinguished senators, courtesy demands that I open this process by thanking this House for the opportunity given to us as council and the opportunity given to the governor to be heard as we have been heard. The challenges associated with the time notwithstanding, we are satisfied that we have had a fair day in this honorable House. Distinguished senators, the governor invites this House to be guided by certain enduring principles that she will draw the attention of this House to. The governor invites this House to be guided by the guidance that was applied by the famous philosopher Socrates to all persons sitting in the position of judges, which you now do. 4 things belong to a judge: to listen courteously, to answer wisely, to consider soberly, and to decide impartially. There is a biblical injunction that also addresses itself to the attributes of judges. I think there's advice that was given by a man called Jethro to a man called Moses in the book of Exodus, when Jethro thought that Moses was spending significant amounts of time deciding cases. He advised him to appoint judges to help him decide disputes between the children of Israel. He gave the following attributes: able men, such as fear God, men of truth, hating covetousness. The governor holds this Senate in the highest possible regard and attributes these attributes that have survived the age of time to this Senate. Allow me to deal with what I consider to be some side issues that have arisen in the course of this trial and in the course of the Assembly's final submissions. Distinguished senators, an issue emerged as to whether ISPAC member number 10955, Kirimi Ibrahim Mutwiri, is an active member of ISPAC in good standing. Fortunately for us, like many other professional bodies, the data of many of us professionals is now available in the public databases of the respective professional association. Any senator who cares to search member number 10955 on the member search engine of ispac.com will get a chance to satisfy themselves as to the active status and good standing status of that member. I repeat, member number 10955. Each senator is at liberty to search on the website ispac.com/search-member to establish for themselves the standing of that member. I say that with great humility because it's important that we address ourselves to the substantive issues that have kept us here and that keep us here up to now. It is not for lack of other business, the governor believes, that distinguished senators are sitting in this House after 9 p.m. to resolve this dispute. The governor believes that the issue before this Senate is so significant that it should never turn on a matter of side issues. And once senators search member number 10955 in the ispac.com search engine and establish the active and good standing status of that senator, of that accountant, my apologies, they will then form their own opinion as to who is standing on the platform of truth and who is standing on the platform of lack of truth in the conduct of these proceedings. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll beseech the timekeepers to remind me at intervals of perhaps 15 minutes, because I like managing my time as I get along. It's just my humble plea. Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, impeachment processes, as I have said before, are processes governed by law and legal principles. It is now settled by no lesser authority than the Supreme Court of the Republic of Kenya that public participation is an important pillar of the impeachment process. It therefore means that if an impeachment process is undertaken on a foundation of lack of proper public participation, then that particular impeachment process cannot stand the test of scrutiny. I want to take these senators through the public participation report in volume number 5 of the County Assembly's documents, so that these senators in themselves can ascertain whether that principle was satisfied. If the senators can access volume number 5, the largest possible volume of the County Assembly's documents, I'll beseech them to look at page number 35 of that document. Page number 35 of volume 5. It is the biggest volume in the County Assembly document. And if you look at page number 35, there is a photograph on that page, which is supposed to be a photograph of the members of the public attending a public participation function at Abogeta West Ward. I then, distinguished senators who have seen that photo, beseech them to look at page number 30 of the same volume. Page number 30 of that volume, which is supposed to be now the public participation event at Abogeta East Ward. On the face of it, the same people in the same sitting arrangement, taking the same posture at page number 30 at Abogeta East Ward, are the same people in the same sitting arrangement taking the same posture that you'll discover at page number 35. I leave it to your able judgment about what that says of the integrity of this public participation process. But that's not enough. I'll beseech distinguished senators to turn to page number 331 of that same document. 331 of that same document. May I urge that we start at page 330 for proper context. At page 330 is a title of minutes showing that this should be a public participation event at Akirangondu Ward, in Akirangondu Ward at Machungulu Social Hall. I'll beseech distinguished senators look at minute number 3, which runs from page number 331. And I want you to look at the entire of that minute from where it starts all the way overleaf to page 332. To make my point, I would ask the senators, while keeping their finger on that minute, to turn to page number 373 of the same bundle. While keeping a finger on this page 331, to turn to page 373 of that bundle. they will see that these are supposed to be minutes of a public participation function in Mbeu Ward at a place called Kimiri MCK. These are supposed to be events done on the same day at the same time. You realize that minute number 3 of those minutes starts at page 374 and turns over leaf to page number 375. These minute takers somehow meticulously used the same words word for word across 1.5 pages of minute taking of an objectively taken set of minutes. Distinguished senators, while at it, I want you to turn to page 390 of that same bundle. When you turn to page number 390, you'll come across a public participation event that apparently took place in Igembe East Ward at a place called Karaune MCK. And just for comparison, I will then urge you to turn to page number 393. 393, which is supposed to be a public participation event in Adiru Rujine Ward. I try to understand how to pronounce this name in Meru language, a lot of difficulty. Adiru Rujine Ward at a place called Akune MCK. Putting your finger on those 2 minutes, I want you to look at minute number 3 of each of those 2 minutes. The one at page 390 starts from page 390 through page 391 all the way to page 392. And the one starting at page 393, minute 3 starts at page 393 through page 394 all the way to page 395. And you'll discover those minutes use the same words in the same order, the same sentences in the same order, word for word, across 3 pages of minutes. I leave it to able judgments, applying this Socratic standard that I have just prescribed for this sentence. Courteously, you answer wisely, you consider soberly, and you decide impartially, distinguished senators. Would you say that this is a public participation process that passed the requisite test of integrity? I just want to demonstrate one thing which can be done without taking too much time, which is page 332 of that document. At page 332 of that document, which is part of the minutes of a public participation event taking place at in Akirangondu Ward at Machungulu Social Hall, at minute number 4. At minute number 4, you'll come. Sorry, my apologies. I want us to go to page, my apologies. I misled you when I referred to 332. I want us to refer to 370. Let me see where this brings out the point, then I can conclude just so that we don't waste a lot of time. Let me look at 373. If it doesn't, I'll just go to the next minute, then we clear that in a short while. Yes. Thank you so much. That is the one. I wanted to look at page 332, minute number 4 at Akirangondu Ward. The minute taker says as follows: members of the public, upon equal and fair representation from across the locations in the ward, ended the meeting at 1 p.m. full stop. a member of staff from the County Assembly gave closing remarks and thanked members of the public for exercising their constitutional mandate and conducting their exercise peacefully and inclusively. When you go to page number 375, which are minutes of a completely different ward, you also see minute number 4 in Mbeu ward, where members of the public, upon equal and fair representation from across the locations in the ward, ended the meeting at 1 p.m. A member of staff from the County Assembly gave the closing remarks and thanked members of the public for exercising their constitutional mandate and conducting the exercise peacefully and inclusively. The same minute, the same words in the same order. I spoke here about some things being too fantastic to be true. Distinguished senators, these are the sort of things I was referring to. Normal human fallibilities militates against this kind of coincidences. I'll briefly make that point by looking at page 392. At page 392, of the minutes from Igembe eastward. Page 392, after Roman 11 up there, there is an entry, a lady who spoke and was not in support of the impeachment motion said that since the governor was a woman, the MCAs were planning to impeach out and needs to give her time to work and complete her term. It follows, another one.
Mr. Speaker, I stand here to support the motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is everybody have listened to what have been presented to this House, Mr. Speaker, and it's up to this House, Mr. Speaker, to make their decision, Mr. Speaker. We today sit here as judges. We have listened to the evidence that have been presented through this Senate, Mr. Speaker. So it's up to us, Mr. Speaker, to make our informed decision whether to support or otherwise to this motion. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this motion. Mr. Speaker, I support and second this motion.
Now, Honorable Senators, I'll proceed to propose a question. That whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Governments Act, on Thursday, the 8th of August 2024, the Meru County Assembly approved a motion to remove from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County. And further, whereas by letter reference MCA/Res/Volume 5/79 dated the 9th of August 2024 and received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on Friday, the 9th of August 2024, the Speaker of the Meru County Assembly informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of the motion by the County Assembly and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the Assembly. Further, whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Governments Act, and Standing Order 8 of the Senate heard the County Assembly on the grounds for the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County. And further, whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Governments Act, and Standing Order 80 of the Senate also heard Honorable Kawira Mwangaza on the grounds for her proposed removal from office by impeachment as the Governor of Meru County. Now, therefore, pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Governments Act, and Standing Order 80, the Senate resolves to remove from office by impeachment the Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County, on the following charges. Charge 1, gross violation of the Constitution and other laws. Charge 2, gross misconduct. And Charge 3, abuse of office. The floor is open. Yes, what is your point of order, Senator Fernandi?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand as per Standing Order 111 on limitation of debate that I proposed, Mr. Speaker, that we limit the debate to 3 minutes and we should allow the mover to reply at around 11:48 so that we can be able to meet statutory timelines as per the Gazette notice and don't risk running into legal challenges. With a lot of humility and grace and honor, I request the Deputy Majority Whip, Senator Lilegwe of Samburu, to second.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I second.
Now, honorable senators are going to propose the question. Okay? The debate on this motion be limited as proposed by the Senator Fernandi. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Now, honorable senators, now, honorable senators, the requested number having been met, we'll proceed to division. Senator Boni, a point of order on who? Who is out of order? All right, proceed on the intervention.
I want to thank you.
Just have a seat. I've not given you the
Mogeni, let me finish.
Senator Mogeni, you know the rules. Just have the chair.
Mr.
Have a
Mogeni,
seat.
thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this time. Mr. Speaker,
as Senator Boni is seeking for his clarification, the Secretariat proceed to prepare for the division, please.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm reflecting on the history of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, if Martin Shikuku was alive, John Maria Saroe, Chelagat Mutai, Mr. Speaker, J.M. Kariuki, if they were alive, Mr. Speaker, they would have wanted that the chair settles the important issue of matters in this case that are currently active in court because they are sub judice. Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, in this case, Mr. Speaker,
Senator Boni,
I have the floor.
Senator Boni, you're totally out of order.
Mr. Speaker, I beg you.
Take your seat. Senator Boni, take your seat.
I beg you.
You're out of order. I know you're begging me.
I beg you with respect.
I know you're begging me.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Parliament of Kenya.
Senator Boni.
It is the Parliament of Kenya, I tell you.
Don't push me into throwing you out.
Don't throw me out.
Take your seat. Senator Boni, take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, don't throw me out. I beg you.
Just take your seat.
We have been...
Take your seat, Senator Boni. Very well. Clerk, are you ready for the division? Order. Senator Olekine, you're totally out of order. And don't push me, Senator Ledam. We're on division. How can you rise on a point of order on division? You're out of order. Clerk, can you proceed? We conduct the division. Senator Olekina, I'm cautioning you. I'm cautioning you. All right. Clerk, let's proceed. Okay, honorable senators, we are ready for division. We are ready for division. Kindly, honorable senators, can you log in? Honorable senators, sergeant at arms, because this is a division, you may lock the door and close and draw the bars. Honorable senators, once you've logged in, you can proceed to vote, either by saying yes, no, or abstain. Honorable senators, this is a procedural motion. Even nominated senators can take part. Proceed to vote. Proceed to vote. Time is running. Honorable senators, vote. Time is running. Withdraw from the presence of the chair. Bro. Now, Donyonka, Senator Osotsi, Senator Kajwang, Senator Beth Siengo, Senator Agnes Kavindu, Senator Hezena, Senator Montet Batuli, Senator Muhammad Abdallah Shakila, and Senator Manzo. Honorable Senators, I'm giving you 2 minutes to conclude this exercise. In the next... Pardon? Honorable Senators, the ones I've called, if you don't cast your vote in the next 2 minutes, proceed to cast your vote. Okay. Now, honorable senators, order, honorable senators. The 2 minutes that I've granted are now over. Minority Leader, Senator Beth Siango, Sergeant at Arms, kindly get Beth Siango out of the chamber. Sergeant at Arms, When the chair is speaking, you don't shout. Take your seats. Honorable senators, kindly take your seats. Take your seats, honorable senators. Take your seats. Honorable senators, take your seats. Honorable senators, I can only give you an opportunity to speak if you're orderly. Then take your seats. Honorable senators, minority leader, Sergeant at Arms, order, Sergeant at Arms, can you listen to me? Order, honorable senators. Honorable senators, order, honorable senators. Sergeant at Arms, Sergeant at Arms. Sergeant at Arms. Senator, can I speak to the Sergeant at Arms? Can I talk to the Sergeant at Arms? Sergeant at Arms. Can you tell the Sergeant at Arms to leave alone? Sergeant at Arms. Sergeant at Arms, can you take your positions? Sergeant at Arms, can you take your positions? Sergeant at Arms, take your position to await my further orders. Sergeant at Arms, take your positions and await my further orders. Sergeant at Arms, order. Order, Senator Mazayo. Order. Order, order, order. Can you take your seat? Can you take your seat? I have, everybody has witnessed everything. Can you take your seats? Can you take your seats? Order, order. Can I have the results? Honorable senators, kindly take your seats. Order, honorable senators. Let alone the senator. Let the senator be left for a while. Sergeant at Arms, can you walk away from the senator, please? Sergeant at Arms. Sergeant at Arms. Now, honorable senators, the results of the division is as follows. Ayes 31, nays 9, abstention 1. The ayes have it. So let's proceed. You may now withdraw the bars and open the door. Senator, the majority leader, you have your floor. Yeah? Majority. Now, honorable senators, we are now doing intervention on the motion. All right? Senator Fernandi, proceed. 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 Should I proceed to make your
Mr. Speaker, my motion was very specific. Mr. Speaker, my motion was, Mr. Speaker.
Onyonka. Honorable. Order, honorable senators. Order, take your seat. Take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, our members have not voted. Mr. Speaker, voted.
Mr. Speaker, my vote. Not vote.
Order, honorable
he must
senators.
vote, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Orobo, you're totally out of order. I order you to move out of the chamber, withdraw from the chamber. Senator Orobo. And the following shall follow. Senator Orobo, you proceed to withdraw from the chamber, and the following shall follow. Take your seats. 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 Save for Senator Onyonka. Senator Onyonka, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the circumstances,
Senator Ledama, you wouldn't want to be the next to withdraw from the chair. Let Senator Onyonka be heard in silence.
Mr. Speaker, but I have a point of order.
Proceed, Senator Onyonka, proceed.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to prosecute. The standing orders are clear. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Onyonka, proceed. And Senator Lekina, you're cautioned. You insist, I throw you out. That's how you're going to land outside this chamber.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, under the circumstances, I find it difficult to raise and discuss the issues that have led us to where we are. My sincere and honest observation and evaluation, especially to members who are in this house and members of... Yes, sir.
Yes. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. I have not allowed that. Proceed, Senator Nyonka.
Mr. Speaker and colleagues who are here, I would like to ask all of you
Order. Let the senator be heard in silence, please.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chair, Mr. Speaker, I would like...
Senator Onyonka,
yes,
you have under 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, in that case, I will not say anything because under the circumstances, I can't express myself.
Very well. At this juncture, I will call upon the governor for Meru in 2 minutes to make her closing remarks to the Senate. Proceed. Governor for Meru, if you have anything to say, this is the time to address the Senate. And Governor for Meru, if you don't have anything to say, it's okay. So let the mover of the motion proceed to reply.
Mr. Speaker, this is totally embarrassing. And I have never, Mr. Speaker.
Order! Majority Leader, proceed. Proceed.
In light of the fact, Mr. Speaker, that they have people who have chosen to behave in a disorderly manner, Mr. Speaker, I cannot give my comments. I beg to reply.
Thank you, Clerk. May you ring the division bell for 2 minutes? Division bell for 2 minutes. Is the Sergeant at Arms ringing the bell?
It is a 2 minutes division bell before midnight. Midnight being just a few minutes away. And under the law, the House must, by the next 3 minutes or so, have voted in regards to the fate of the Meru governor, Kawira Mwangaza. The Speaker had just called the governor for Meru County to make her final submission and appeal before the House. That did not happen owing to the not so orderly issues coming from the chamber in regards to the divisions. If the House was to proceed to reduce debate by 3 minutes. So any moment from now.
Honorable Senators, kindly take your seats. We will proceed to vote. Clerk, can you get the system underway? Can you get the system underway? So, Clerk, are you ready with the system? Clerk. Now, honorable senators, voting shall be electronically. Kindly take a seat. Clerk, can you put the system up and running? No, the division has started long before midnight, so we're good to go. We're in division. Honorable senators, kindly take your seats. Kindly take your seats. Okay. Senator Hamida, take your seat. Senator Hamida, take your seat, please. Senator Catherine Muma, take your seat. Senator Kavindu, kindly take your seat. Senator Eddy, please take your seat. Senator Eddy, take your seat. Senator Eddy, take your seat, please. Senator Omtata, I know you're going to take your seat. Thank you. Good. Very proud of you. Take your seat. Senator Mogeni, take your seat, please, Senator. The minority leader, please, take your seat. Senator for Narrow County, Senator Ledama Olekina, the minority whip. Take your seat. Order, honorable senators. Now, honorable senators, we are going to vote electronically, charge after charge. Okay, order. Minority Leader, kindly take your seat. Minority Leader, please take your seat. Take your seat. Now, honorable senators, I'll proceed to put the question. I know. Order. Order, Honorable Walekena. I will proceed to put the question, which is that whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Governments Act, on Thursday, the 8th of August, 2024, the Meru County Assembly order Majority Leader. The Meru County Assembly approved a motion to remove from office by impeachment Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County. And further, whereas by a letter reference MCA/Res/Volume 4/79, dated the 9th of August 2024, and received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on Friday, the 9th of August 2024, the Speaker of the Meru County Assembly informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of the motion by the County Assembly and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the Assembly. Further, whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Governments Act, and Standing Order 80 of the Senate heard the County Assembly on the grounds for the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County. And further, whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Governments Act, and Standing Order 80 of the Senate also or charges. Charge 1, gross violation of the Constitution and other laws. Charge 2, gross misconduct. And charge 3, abuse of office. Now, honorable senators, we are going to vote on charge number 1, which is gross violation of the Constitution and other laws. You may now proceed to vote. Proceed to vote. I've been very clear. Proceed to vote. Yes, she was, and she declined. Proceed to vote. Honorable Senator Fernandi. Senator Fernandi, you're totally out of order. You vote and keep your calm. You vote and keep your calm. Pardon? Now, those senators who are online, we have honorable senators who are online. Senator Professor Tom Ojenda, you may proceed to vote. Senator Chimera, stay calm. Online. Can you project the ICT people? Can you project the online vote? Because we need to see how the senator is dressed, whether they are within the speaker's rules. I had called Senator Professor Tom Ojenda. So Senator Ojenda is not online, is he, Secretariat? We need to see how he's dressed up. Yeah, you need to project Senator Tom Ojenda on the screen. Can we see Senator Tom Ojenda? We are simply seeing a forehead. We don't know to whom it belongs. It is my ruling that Senator Tom Ojenda, as he is now appearing, he cannot vote. We move to Senator Sifuna. Yes. Senator Sifuna, you may proceed to vote. Senator Sifuna, you're out of order and you're not going to partake any proceedings of the House. We move to the other senator. We move to the other senator. Let's move to the other senator. Is that a senator? Senator Dulo. We move to Senator Dulo. We move to Senator Dulo. Senator Dulo, you may proceed to vote. Another senator.
This is
Senator Kisang. We move to Senator Kisang.
Even if you pretend you have not heard us, we have told you the truth. You are an embarrassment.
Can you mute Senator Sifuna, please? He has been, I have ruled him disorderly, mute him and move him from the platform. Senator Kisang, please. Senator Kisang. Senator Kisang, I'm afraid you may not be able to cast your vote. We are unable to see you.
Hello.
Now, honorable senators, order, honorable senators. Minority Leader, Senator Mazayo. Senator Mazayo, take your seat, please. Please. Senator Faki, please take your seats. Now, the following senators have not cast their vote. I'm therefore inviting them to the dispatch to cast their vote in the next 2 minutes. Senator Mogeni, Senator Lomenan, Senator Kajuang, Senator Mudhama Agnes, Senator Mwaruma, Senator Boy Isa Juma, Senator Munyehaji Faki, Senator Boni, Senator Okech Eddie, Senator Okoit Omtata, Senator Olekina, Senator Onyonka, Senator Osotsi, Senator Wambua, Senator Mazayo, Senator Mohamed Abdallah Shakila, Senator Maanzo Daniel Kitonga. You may now proceed to cast your vote, to be done in the next 2 minutes. After the expiry of the 2 minutes, we shall tally and proceed to the next charge.
The voting by senators, mainly from the opposition, is currently taking place. The Speaker had allocated 2 minutes for that exercise, after which the House will be moving to vote on charge number 2 and charge number 3. Already an electronic vote was undertaken on charge number 1 on gross violation of the Constitution and other laws. We had 25 senators voting for yes. There were 0 no's, as a section of senators had not casted their votes, and 0 abstentions. And following that directive, we await the members who have been called to the bar to cast their vote to finish that exercise, after which the Speaker of the Senate, currently presiding over the business this evening or night, from wherever you're watching these proceedings of the Senate from, will be announcing the tally in regards to how the charges were voted on. Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza is facing 3 impeachment charges that have been leveled against her. One of them is a gross violation of the Constitution and other laws, gross misconduct, and finally abuse of office. And senators will be voting on each and every count, after which the Speaker will be announcing the tally. And in regards to the provisions of the Constitution, when it comes to impeachments, a total number of 24 senators are required to either uphold an impeachment or equally throw it out altogether. But that notwithstanding, the outcome of the vote this evening, we await the directives and communication from the Speaker this evening. Allow me to hand over back to the chamber this evening. Enjoy your continued live broadcast streaming from Parliament buildings this evening.
Order, honorable senators, Senator Keroche, Senator Hamida, and the Senator Fernande. The Chair of PAC. The Minority Whip and the Minority Leader. Now, honorable senators, the results of the division on charge number 1 is as follows. Ayes at 26, nays at 4. Senator Fernande, I have told you. Abstention 14. So the ayes have it on count number 1. Honorable Now, honorable senators, we proceed to charge number 2. Can you have the system up and running? Now, charge number 2 is gross misconduct. Honorable senators, you may now proceed to vote. Now, those senators who wish to vote online, Senator Dulo, proceed to vote.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kisang,
I vote yes, Mr. Speaker.
I'm afraid that we cannot get Senator Kisang on screen. We will move to Senator Professor Tom Ojenda.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
I'm afraid that Senator Tom Ojenda will not be allowed to cast his vote. You know, Senator Kisang, can we see you? I'm afraid we cannot see Senator Kisang, and therefore he cannot vote. Now, the following senators should proceed to dispatch and cast their votes. Senator Lomenan, Senator Kajuang, Senator Mudhama Kavindu, Agnes, Senator Maruma, Senator Boy Isa Juma, Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed, Senator Okoit Andrew Omtata, Senator Onyonka, Senator Wambua, Senator Osotsi, Senator Olekina, Senator Okech Edi, Senator Munyehaji, Senator Mogeni Eric, Senator Mazayo, and Senator Maanzo. Senator Boni. Honorable Senators, kindly take your seats. Senator Fonande, Majority Leader, the Chairman of PAC, Senator Eddy. Take a seat. Senator Issa, take your seat, please. Now, honorable senators, the result for the division on charge number 2 as follows. The ayes are 26, the nays 2, abstention 14. So the ayes have it. Senator Fonandi. Contain your excitement, however misplaced it may be. Please. So we are proceeding to vote on charge number 3, that is abuse of office. Secretariat, kindly put the system up and running. Honorable senators, the system is ready for you. You may now proceed to vote on charge number 3, which is abuse of office. Honorable senators who would wish to vote online, Senator Fatuma Dulo. Proceed to vote, Honorable Senator.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
We now move to Senator Kisang. Senator Kisang?
Yes, Speaker, I vote no.
We cannot see you, Senator Kisang.
You can't see me.
But we need to see him. Senator Hezena, you may want to join Senator Roba at the lounge.
Speaker, I don't know what's wrong with my camera.
Senator Kisang, I'm afraid we may not be able to take your vote. We cannot see you. So we proceed to Professor Tom Ojenda. Professor Tom Ojenda? Professor Tom Ojenda. We cannot see Professor Tom Ojenda, and therefore he may not proceed to vote.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I cannot see you. I need to see you for you to proceed to vote.
Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned about the time. I do not know whether we are in time for this third process.
Can you beam Honorable Professor Tom Ojenda on the screen, please?
Mr. Speaker, I think I have network challenges. This is trying to...
Okay, so then I'm sorry. Professor, I'm sorry, you will not be able to vote. As far as Professor Sifuna is concerned,
the problem...
he's already been ruled out of order.
How about myself, Speaker?
Senator Professor Tom Ojenda, we can only see your forehead. We cannot confirm it's yours or it's for your neighbor. We need to see you.
Mr. Speaker, I confirm that it is mine.
We need to see how you're dressed.
I am dressed in an expensive suit, Mr. Speaker. Let me see how.
I
I'm
rule
always smart.
that Professor Tom Ojenda is not in a position to make a vote. Now, the following senators should make their way to the dispatch for purposes of casting their votes. Senator Sifuna has been ruled disorderly, and therefore he cannot. For the rest of this session, for the rest of this sitting, Senator Kajwang, Senator Mudhama Kavindu, Senator Boni Holale, Senator Okoit Omtata, Senator Onyonka Richard, Senator Osotsi, Senator Wambua Enoch, Senator Elekina Ledama, Senator Okech Edi, Senator Munyahaji Mohamed Faki, Senator Mogeni Eric, Senator Mazayo Stewart, and Senator Manzo Daniel. Proceed to dispatch and cast your vote. Senator Isa and Senator Isa Juma. Senator Lominen, proceed to dispatch and cast your vote. Order, honorable senators, minority leader. Senator Fernandi, why are you admiring the suit of the minority leader? Take your seat. The chairman of PAC. And my favorite senator, Senator Okoito Mtata. Now, honorable senators, the results of the division on the third count, charge number 3, which is abuse of office, is as follows. Ayes at 27, nays 1, abstention 14. So the ayes have it. Now, honorable senators, the result of the divisions indicate that the Senate has upheld the following impeachment charges. Charge number 1, gross violation of the Constitution and any other law. Charge number 2, gross misconduct. Charge number 3, abuse of office. Now, honorable senators, pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Government Act, and Standing Order 86 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate has resolved to remove from office by impeachment Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County, and the Governor accordingly ceases to hold office. I thank you. Honorable senators, kindly be upstanding. Order. Order. Order, honorable senators. Order. Honorable senators, before we adjourn the House, it is the decision of the Senate. I abide. Before we adjourn the House, I have the following communication to make. While standing, you may sit. Now, honorable senators, Section 12(1) of the Competition Act provides for the position of the Director General of the Competition Authority, who shall be appointed by the authority with the approval of Parliament. I'm making this communication pursuant to today's order paper on the order of communication. Via the letter reference number TNT, Conference stroke 268 stroke 001C into bracket 78, dated the 6th of August 2024, the Office of the Clerk received a communication from His Excellency Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, EGH, the then acting Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury and Economic Planning, on the nominee for appointment to the position of the Director General of Competition Authority of Kenya. In the letter, the then acting Cabinet Secretary indicated that in exercise of the powers conferred by Section 12 of the Competition Act, Cap 504, Mr. David Kibet Kemei had been nominated for appointment to the position of Director General for the Competition Authority and was therefore seeking the approval of Parliament. Honorable Senators, the Act does not provide specific timelines within which Parliament is to consider the matter. However, Section 8(1) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act requires the committee to undertake an exercise within 28 days from the date on which the notification of nomination was given in accordance with Section 5. Since the approval of Parliament is required, and taking cognizance of the need to dispense of the matter expeditiously, I do direct that the relevant committee of the Senate, namely the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget, undertakes the approval hearing jointly with the equivalent committee of the National Assembly, namely Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, within the framework set out in the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, as well as the Houses of Parliament joint sittings rules. It is so directed. Now you may be upstanding. Honorable Senators, there being no other business on the order paper, the Senate stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 17th of September 2024 at 2:30 p.m. Now, the senators, honorable senators, will be given priority to leave the chamber. Thereafter, the teams from the county assembly and from the governor will follow, followed by the members of the public.
That has marked the end of a two-day hearing and determination of the impeachment charges that were facing Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza. The three charges before the Senate have all